Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to the Quake Pro League Week 15. I am 40 Lions, joined by the one and only Flea. Flea, it's been a minute. How are you?
It has been. I'm doing well, 40. I'm looking forward to today's matches. We always say that we've got some good matches in store for us every single week, but today, or this iteration, really is quite fantastic.
Oh, we got a fantastic lineup. Real quick, though, I want to talk about some Challenger stuff. We got a lot of qualifiers. There's actually one qualifier left for North America, so get your signups in. One more ticket to be booked to Romania. But right now, let me read the list of qualifiers. We got Buckster, Strong Sage, Toxic, Hron, Sirius, RMV, Proximo, Yup, shouts to him, Dandy King, and Garpy. So a lot of the old guard coming back, a lot of new blood as well, and those are just the qualifiers. Like, I can't wait to get into it and see exactly how things are going to shake out in Romania. Only 3 weeks of regulation left, again, and we have that qualifier for North America, or the Americas. I don't even know what it is anymore. I don't care, but Flea, I'm excited. It's going to shake out fantastic. It's going to be a battle on land. It's been so long, and I get to hug you, more importantly. That's what's great.
Yeah, absolutely. Got some really big names in there, right? Some recurring players who used to be in the Quake Pro League, like you mentioned yourself. Toxic, of course, Sirius, Hron, Garpy, but then also some new young bloods desperate to prove themselves. So I think that Romania is really going to be a clash of titans.
Absolutely. But before we get into today's schedule, let's take a look at what happened 2 weeks ago, back in Week 14. And I always wanted to do a soap opera type thing, so I'm going to say previously on Quake Pro League. As we take a look at the first match, it's going to be Zanaku versus Dramas. This one was a bit of a battle here, but Zen actually taking it 3-0.
Yeah, pretty surprising, I think, right? Dramas hasn't been playing all that well recently. We'll cover that in more detail after this recap, but there was a time where Dramas was taking down the likes of Wenger, of Razy, of Rafa, and then, yeah, now he's just really not doing well, suffering a pretty devastating streak of losses, and his game against Zanaku was just another one in that lineup.
Definitely, yes. It's been quite the journey.
Now also,
it's a little up and down here.
Chain,
and then we take
another game that happened last week.
This one was 2-1.
This time around, Nosfa getting another needed win,
able to pull it
2-1
off.
over Chain.
You know, get that W on the board, and as we get closer and closer, again, 3 weeks in regulation left, it is important to try and get those last-minute points that you can. I feel like some players, unfortunately, near the bottom of the leaderboard are kind of stuck, but any points, money in the pocket, anything you could do to kind of grind your way out. Again, the way that this tournament is going to be, formatted is still kind of to be determined, but you just want the highest seed possible because, again, as we recapped on the challengers, the qualifiers, there's some killers in there. Even the new blood is just, like, ready to take their spot in the Quake Pro League. You want to get the highest seed as possible to make your journey a little bit easier. Rafa versus Maxter, of course. Rafa taking it 2-1 over Maxter. I think the standout for me, Maxter taking Blood Covenant flawlessly. I believe it was 10-0 was the final score. I have never in my life seen Rafa get shut out like that before. So it was quite the spectacle, but in the end, Rafa regroups, takes the whole series 2-1. So shouts to him. But big shouts to Maxter. Also, Maxter rocking a new org, the 40 Gods. I'm not trying to be biased, but I do love the name.
Yeah, indeed. It's pretty surprising to see Maxter such a convincing win on Blood Covenant, because that's typically a map that Rafa does really well on, but we're getting more of him today, and I do apologize for that. Some technical issues for a moment. Let's hope that everything is resolved now audio-wise, but last week, or rather 2 weeks ago, pretty exceptional games, and today will be no doubt more of the same.
Yeah, I think things are going horribly wrong already. In the rehearsals, it's been quite the journey technically. But, I mean, we're going to get into it soon as we took a look at the recap from Week 14, but we could take a look at today's schedule and a little peek here. We got some good games, as you said. We'll be seeing a little bit of Rafa. We'll be seeing Wenger versus Avek. Avek kind of a little bit out of it, dealing with, I believe, an illness, overcoming that. We'll see him battle back. Maxter versus Kilson, the other featured match. Then we got more of Zanaku versus Saigib, or Zanaku, if I want to be appropriate for once. And starting off the day, Dramas versus Sparty, and I'm very excited for this first match because not only is it going to kick us off for Week 15, but both these players are insane rail players, Flea. and that's what I love to see. Just no holes barred, fist fights with rails up close, nothing matters. That's what I want to get into, and I can't wait.
Oh, absolutely, and that is something indeed that both of these players are known for, right? It's so beautiful if it works well, but then on the other hand, you sometimes do have to question the plays, just jumping right into your opponent, banking on hitting 2 rails in a row at a very difficult angle. If it pays off, you look like a genius. If you miss one shot, it's like, why did you even go for it? But it always makes for some high-flying and wonderful action, so Sparty versus Dramus will no doubt deliver on just that.
Absolutely, and to be completely fair, I believe it was week 13 where Sparty was taking on Zanaku, and it was a different Sparty that we saw.
Oh yeah.
Very cold, very calculated, played around the items, and he almost brought back an 8 frag deficit on Ruins, pushed it into sudden death, but just couldn't get that win. But yeah, that was a different beast entirely. I'm excited to see if we see that Sparty. But Dramus, as we mentioned before, peaking maybe a little bit early. I mean, not to call him out, he's taken down some great names, but a bit of a flat line, so to speak, the last couple weeks. So we'll see if he could bounce back this week and get a W over Sparty today.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier already, right? He beat Razy, he beat Wenger, he beat Rafa so far, so it really looked like he was completely unstoppable. But then all of a sudden, for the past few weeks, he's lost to Kilson Zanaku without taking home a single map. So it really does seem like Dramus has kind of hit a bit of a lull, and hopefully he can continue and pick up steam again today.
Absolutely. And as always, though, I mean, we want to paint a bigger picture of what's going on. So if we can get into the picks and bans, we could take a look at the maps, the champs, what we have in store. And it looks like Vale is going to kick us off into Corrupted Keep, and the potential decider is going to be Ruins and Flea, as always. If you could run me through the champs, please.
Oh, absolutely. So map 1, DJ Weed's gonna be delighted. We're getting Scale Bearer in play on Vale even. So Scale versus Galena, nothing out of the ordinary there. Map 2, Corrupted Keep. Dramus will be running the Ranger versus the BJ, also pretty standard champions. And then to conclude on Ruins, it will be Sorlag versus Visor. So interesting to note is that Dramus, no crouch sliders to play around with this time, but he does have a stack advantage on both map 1 and map 3. Sparty, he tends to go for those medium champions much more consistently, but Dramus is changing it up by going for Scale as well as Sorlag.
Yeah, Dramus is rocking the thick sandwich, and Sparty is all mids all day. The mayonnaise man, no fear. And starting off on Vale against the Scale, it might be an uphill battle, but we've seen Sparty do magical things. Again, that I believe Week 13 display versus Zen was absolutely incredible, and it started on Vale, if I'm not mistaken. So Sparty knows how to play this map. We've seen him absolutely lock this thing down. Can he do it against a Scale Bearer, and more importantly, Dramus' Scale Bearer, because you know Dramus is going to play aggressive.
Oh yeah, you absolutely do. Now luckily he's got those totems to work with, so he's got that extra line of defense, give himself some more health, do damage if Dramus does decide to push, and that can be really critical when it comes to, of course, shutting down those bounce pads and those teleporters. So he does have a few tools to deal with that Scale aggression, but still, if that stack comes at you, that totem is just going to be a blip. Dramus is going to stomp right over that, be in your face, and he can really bring the pain.
Absolutely, he can hit you with the boots. And then looking at Corrupted Keep, we got Ranger versus BJ. Medium champs all together. I would give the edge to Ranger. I don't know about you, that Dire Orb is just so versatile.
Oh yeah. Of course, BJ works really well on Corrupted Keep, right? The dual LG, dual shoddy, dual rocket, so much damage potential, but you are so limited when it comes down to your mobility. Nothing to work with, nothing to give yourself a bit of a speed boost, whereas the Ranger Orb can be used both aggressively to get that burst damage out, but also to just reposition yourself. And we've seen a lot of really clever plays on this map in particular, where using that orb allows you to basically pick up Mega and Heavy within a second or two of each other if you time it right. So Sparty will be outmaneuvered quite consistently, and he will have to rely on that extra damage and then hitting his shots to counter it.
And then looking at Ruins, the Sorlag versus the Visor, I'm not really sure how to break that down in terms of who has the advantage, because yes, Sorlag has the ability to refrag with the stack off the spawn, but Sparty is such a good rail player, and using that vision to make sure she doesn't sneak up on him may be the key.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's a scenario of mobility, right, being used by Dramus, and instead of damage like with the BJ, Sparty now has the extra information. Piercing Sight will tell you exactly where your opponent is at any single point, and that works especially well on larger maps like Ruins, because your opponent won't always hear you use the ability. And Sparty, with a player whose rail is as good as his, can easily make use of that to line up shots and to just rail a Dramus in a corner. So it is going to be a difficult matchup.
It should be a good one, but my favorite part of all of this is Flea. Who do you think is going to take this series?
Ooh, that's a difficult question for the. Now, historically speaking, these two players have gone head-to-head twice during the Quake Pro League, and Dramas actually won both of them. Most recent one being during the Stage 2 finals, where he took, I think, a 2-1 victory home. So statistically speaking, Dramas has had the upper hand. And looking at the champion picks, I am going to favor him as well. But the one thing is that Sparty has been playing more consistently during this season. He won his previous matchup, whereas Dramas lost his. So it's very difficult to say. Ultimately, on paper, I would say Dramas, but looking at the previous matches, I would say that Sparty has got the upper hand today.
I think just based on the last performance we saw from Sparty, I'm going to roll with Sparty, but it's going to be close. It's going to be 2-1. Dramas is going to keep it very, very close, in my opinion. And looking at the chat predictions, honor system. So deal with that as you may, chat. I'm sorry about that. But I did hear the sound. We are going to get into the first series of the day. Thanks for being patient. And it should be a good one. Again, Veil of Nath to start it off, Scale versus Galena, and I hope both players get the rail in their hands within 30 seconds, because that's when the fun starts, Flea.
Oh, absolutely, and I think that we are just about ready to jump in game. Both of the players are in warm-up on map 1. Just to recap, this will be Veil of Nath Sparty running the Galena versus Dramas on the Scale. And with that being said, we have finished loading up, and we are about to jump into the first match of today. This is week 15 of the Quake Pro League. 40, take it away.
And we are live, and we are starting on Scale, much to Wheat's dismay here. Easy mega pickup for Dramas. So now he just wants a little bit of weaponry. There's a little bit of a blast there in the Thunderdome. Damage on both sides. But nothing too crazy, Flea.
Not at all. Except for those damn fine weapon skins. Sync, killing it again with that skin. Rocket launcher never looked so fine, and Dramas now trying to apply a bit of pressure. I like what he's doing, being very proactive when it comes to taking down those tokens. You want to nip that in the bud as soon as possible and make sure that Sparty cannot get that overstack going.
Dramas pumping the emergency brake there, taking out a totem early and just kind of waiting, trying to play off a sound cue, maybe get a good bull rush, shoulder charge into some rocket damage here. Nice patient play from Dramas.
Both players being very patient. There we go. Door between them will open up, no damage being dealt though. And for the time being, Sparty is the one securing Mega, whereas Dramas is in control of the Heavy, and that's not what Sparty wants. He's got an ability that gives him health, so what he wants to prioritize is that armor. But here we go, the Bull Rush, it connects at the very end! But Dramas is unable to really follow up with the rockets. Both players know neither wants to commit. Mega is up, and this is an opportunity for Dramas. He's got the better positioning to now secure full control of the major items.
You could tell Dramas wanted to risk it right there with the repeak, but Sparty nowhere to be found. But yeah, as you said, good damage, and now he has full map control. Sparty playing on the ropes here, trying to stay alive, and Dramas is on the hunt.
Not a whole lot of resources left on the map to work with. This could be devastating for the Sweet. Will go down. First frag goes in favor of Dramas. Excellent opener.
Good move to deny that armor shard, get back to the Mega. He is getting peppered though, but the Mega should save his life. Sparty trying to max damage, but with that Mega pickup, it's not going to be enough. Good rail as well, could deny this Heavy. Sparty has to get out of there. He's going to wait and try and do a little bit of damage, but it's going to cost him his life, and now Dramas can just really open this one up for him.
Little greedy by Sparty right there. Saw the item unattended, made a move for it, ends up in the poison pit. And that is Sparty down to -1.
Dramas doing a great job of just denying everything. Decent bit of rocket damage from down below. Yeah, not bad considering the position of Dramas here, but Sparty has the height advantage. He's actually going to drop down. Can't seem to connect with these rockets, unfortunately.
Oh, but that's juicy.
Big one.
Yep. And he actually bullies Dramas off the item, and the combo of the totem together with the rail will be enough to take down Scale even while that damage reduction of the Bull Rush is active. And now Sparty finally getting his first frag, still 3 points down, but at least he's managed to stabilize. He's got the weapons, he's got position. This is where he wants to be. Heavy should be going into his favor as well. With those close combat rails that we were talking about. This is risky, both players low. Who finds the shot first? Oh, it is Dramis! Flyby rail at point blank range. As he extends his lead once more.
Having no other way. Why use any other weapon when you could just use a rail from that close? And Dramis makes it work. 4-0. Sparty was able to even out with a frag of his own, but had that tactical suicide earlier, so still trailing by 4. Bull rush back in, and he's going to use that to grab the heavy. Dancing across the churro, trying to make his way back to the Mega, and Sparty with interesting pathing here. It might cost him his life. Good rocket damage. The totem will save him. Dramis now in a world of hurt in the Thunderdome. Doesn't have position on this, but Sparty barely has any HP. Can he last 9 seconds? He's going to drop down and try and find some health. But if Dramis knew, if only Dramis knew, Flea, it would be an easy pickup for him.
Oh, absolutely. But 2 health is all he needs to stay alive. Those 9 seconds must have felt like an eternity. He does manage to secure the Mega. Doesn't really get anything out of it other than staying alive though, because he's not getting any overstack. Whereas Dramis is looking chunky when it comes to that stack. Sparty once again near Dev's door, and Dramis going for the rail and getting the shot.
Not bad at all. 75% rail for Dramis.
Ooh.
My God. Oh, big rocket. A little bit of a tickle. This should be a finisher right here with the rail again. And it is.
Nice. Dramis is giving us what the fans want. Corey must have heard us before the match started. He knows that those aggressive pushes with nothing but the rail out is just what we like to see, and it is working out flawlessly.
Not bad at all. 7-0, and Dramis using that stack of scale bearer to just push to his heart's content, and wow! Alright, so the silver lining, Sparty steals the Mega, but Dramis makes him pay with a frag. The rocket's just missing out, but the rail won't. There's the rocket jump, there's the denial with the rail, and Dramis putting on a show right now. Sparty just trying to do anything he can to stay alive, and 9-0, and Dramis is just running away with this. He's bull rushing away with this Flea.
Indeed he is. Now what can Sparty do to turn this around? He has the better positioning when it comes to the Mega, but he's lacking weapons. So even though he will pick it up, he doesn't have any armor to his name, he's got very little firepower, doesn't have a rail. And that is one of his crucial weapons, and then that drop, a little careless. Dramis waiting with the LG out. This is tricky. 4 minutes, 10 frags against an opponent who's been playing so well. What can he do? Yeah, crushed.
Not to alarm anyone, but Dramis is now hitting 81% rail. Disgusting. Oh, and I think, I don't know what that was. I can only imagine maybe a little bit of frustration on Sparty's part.
Yeah.
It's not really a party anymore right now, and another rail again from Dramis. Absolutely relentless. Everything is going his way right now. He'll even eat that totem damage. Doesn't care. There's the flick rail. One more up close. Oh my God, he used a shotgun.
84% railgun accuracy by Dramis. 40. This is nasty. He's just pumping it up every single time. He starts at like 71, you said at some point, but he doesn't want to finish in the 70s. The 80s, the 90s, that's what he's going for. And another bull rush, brutal to the face. And now Sparty has no choice but to keep aggressively pushing, hoping for a miracle, but one that I fear will not happen today.
Wow, I don't even know how Sparty got that kill. That first direct rocket, and then unfortunately for Dramis, doesn't connect with another one. So, glimmer of hope. Do you believe, Flea? 14 frag deficit? Let's go.
14 frags, 2.5 minutes. I'm glad that you're still so optimistic about it, for
There's still time.
There is still time. Yes, that is technically true. Look at these rails.
Oh my God.
Oh no, Dramis still walks away with the item. The rail is all it took to knock Sparty off course, and I think that he's accepted his fate. He just took that scale rush to the face like a man. But yeah, this will be going to the Dragonborn esports player Dramis, representing the USA. Solid opener for him.
Yeah, more like USEA right now. 16 frag lead. This one is in the bag. Not only that, but hitting 80% rail. I'm sure that, boosts him up a little bit. And wow, what a start for Dramas. This is exactly what you want.
Now, if you're Sparty, at this point you're already thinking of map 2, right? You know that this is over and done. The best you can do is just keep your aim warm, right? Keep that mouse hand moving. But mentally, he's already thinking of the next map. Yeah, nice little float.
Yeah, as he should be. There's nothing to do or see here anymore. Just mentally reset going into CK. And thank your lucky stars there's no rail on that one, because the way Dramas is playing with the rail, you don't want to deal with that. LG on LG right now, just a little bit of warm-up here. Why not? Keep your aim alive going into map number 2 as we have the final countdown, 1 minute warning. But quite the performance from Dramas to kick us off on week 15 here.
2,000 damage with the railgun alone by Dramas versus just 460 by Sparty. I think that says it all. Railgun was so oppressive. And then tie that together with that movement, the bull rush, the burst damage potential that Scale has. The moment you put yourself in a bad position for it and you hear that bull rush coming at you, you don't have an ability to evade it, you can't go invisible or double jump over it. You kinda just have to take it if there's no place to dodge, and that's exactly what happened time and time again.
And unfortunately, the totems don't work like a speed bump like Timmy the Turret.
Yeah.
They don't stop you in your tracks. They just a little bit of damage, but all in all, that Scale's gonna get to you.
I mean, interesting to note is that Dramas started by banning the Ison. So perhaps it was a calculated play on his end to be like, no, I want to play Scale, and there will not be an Ison in play to have that turret to block me. So who knows?
All a part of the plan, and working in his advantage. If that was some tactic, I mean, we saw it right there. That is easy for Dramas on map number 1. But again, the mental reset needs to come into play. CK, no rail there. Ranger versus VJ, I still give it to Dramas just based on the Ranger pick, but we'll see. We'll see. It's a new map, mental reset. Let's see what Sparty can do. But that was a shellacking on map number 1.
It absolutely was, and at least Dramas has broken that dry streak, right? I mentioned it earlier, he has gone, what, I think 4 series in a row without taking a single map, so no matter how this ends up, he will still have broken that disastrous streak of losses. So fingers crossed the Dramas can keep this up, but Sparty, on the other hand, there were some signs of life in there, right? We saw it, the flow, there were some really solid combos, some nice dodges here and there as well. So Sparty still has the fight left in him, and I hope that he can make good use of that BJ dual wield ability in map 2.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is when you're down 10, 11 frags, you just have to start throwing anything against the wall, seeing what sticks. And so some of those rocket jumps and, more careless plays, that's just all you can really do. So Sparty kind of clocked out around 6 minutes, and I don't blame him because that was a tough deficit to overcome. But like we said, at that point, just set your sights on map number 2. And, you still have 2 maps to try and take this set, but what a powerful start for Dramas here. 22-4. The railgun was absolutely immaculate, but CK no railgun. So let's see what the rockets at LG could do for him. A lot of machine gun, heavy machine gun's going to be huge on this one. But yeah, just mental reset. If you're a Sparty fan, if you're a Mayonnaise fan in chat, send him your energy. He might need it.
Absolutely, and indeed, as you've pointed out yourself, this is the only map in the pool that does not have the railgun. And as we discussed earlier, rail happened to be Dramas' key to victory on map 1. So how is that going to change the approach? You just said it yourself, right? Instead of railgun, people tend to go for the heavy machine gun. That's the other consistent damage output that you can do at long range. So how is this going to turn out? Can Sparty counter with the dual wield, right? I think, or at least if I was Sparty, I think he's going to want to try and spring some traps on his opponents, right? Ranger has got more mobility with the orb. Sparty hopefully will be ready to instantly and to preemptively rather pull out that dual wield, because it takes a little while to get going. So you have to be super aware of where your opponent is and try to always be in control of the way the map flows so you can pull it at a moment that you choose, rather as like a panic or when you're caught off guard.
Yeah, I really am excited to see how the spawns play out for the first spawn, because we usually see a battle at the Rockets or LG. And both these players, not afraid to be aggressive. I'm assuming we're going to see that first battle at one of those spots. We'll see. We're working through some technical difficulties right now. I believe the Mayonnaise Man was stuck, so camera issues that we're trying to fix because we want to see all those beautiful expressions throughout the game. So just hang in there, chat. We will get into map number 2 shortly. I have no idea what's going on with the predictions, but, you know, honor system. Start locking them in chat. Why not?
Yeah.
Just read them out. We could, Flea, you could do the math. You're a genius, right?
Come on, chat. Post some predictions, 40, and I will cover them live.
There we go. He'll crunch the numbers.
Oh, yeah, looks like we're good. Looks like we are ready to go. Hopefully, we're going to see a better matchup this time around. Sparty complaining about some issues during that first match in the series. Let's see if those have been amended. Change of servers this time around as well. Might have changed a thing or two in favor of the Mayonnaise Man, as you keep calling him, 40. So let's see how
sure
this
he hates
pans
it
out.
too. I hope he punches me in the face on LAN. I just also love chat too. Everyone's like, pre-recorded games can't have technical difficulties. What does that even mean? I don't know. This is all an illusion, chat. This is all done months and months ago. We're like a wrestling federation.
Sinkyara predicting Dramus will hit a rail in the next map. He's talking about the secret railgun hidden.
That's true.
Only he and Dramus know about.
We're not supposed to talk about that on the show, Flea. Unbelievable.
Okay, but
just cat's out of the bag.
Yeah, now everyone
LAN is
knows.
over.
Now everyone knows. It was fun while it lasted, but looks like all the players have readied up. I think that we do have Sparty's beautiful face back on camera, so we should be diving into map 2 in just a second. Now I'm seeing, from what I can tell, based on just looking at the comments, quite a lot of love for Dramus. I think people have seen what the American can bring to the table on map 1 and are kind of rolling with it. So can Sparty stop the onslaught without a rail on the map? Can he play this differently and come out on top?
CK is a very snowbally map, so if
Yes.
Sparty gets a frag in the right area, you can run the spawns between Red Room and Rockets. Again, I feel like the first spawn is going to be very critical between these two players, especially the way they like to play aggressive. We could hop in the server and see them both just play super defensive too. So I'd love to see them just go head-to-head and fist fight right off the bat. About 30 seconds, we're going to find out, Flea.
I mean, the previous map started pretty slowly as well, right? For like the first 30 seconds to a minute, both players were being really, really passive and no one made a move. So let's see how this starts out. Are we just going to kick it off with a brawl, or are both players being a little more reserved? We're about to find out as we're jumping into the game. We're on Dramus' point of view to kick it off.
Look at that right off the bat. There's the tire orb cut off! And it was almost gorgeous. Doesn't quite get the heavy, but still could get the frag. The rocket just hitting the pillar. Oh, Sparty. That pillar saved his life, but he's still on death's door. Can he get away? More machine gun. Now Dramus. It's too much. Oh, the rocket was perfectly placed, and more so, Sparty popped the dual wield and it's gone, Flea.
Very aggressive push of the spawn though. Heavy nails is all he needs to tie it back up, but indeed he doesn't.
Oh my
dual wield. But look at this!
What?
40, you got the brawl that you were hoping for. 4 frags in 45 seconds. This is mad.
I think I threw out my voice, Flea. Yeah. Unbelievable here. Sparty takes a little bit of self-damage. LG on LG trying to fight for this Mega. Both players extremely weak. And Sparty, tactical suicide yet again, wants to get that heavy spawn, not bad. He's going to have the shotgun to work with, and there's the dual wheel trying to pump away at Dramus, and he works. He makes it work. What a play from Sparty.
He hadn't even picked up the heavy yet. Just going for it. Off the spawn, picks up shotgun, gives up positioning just to apply pressure, just to go for the rush. That is a ballsy play, but it's working out so far.
Absolutely love to see it.
Nice, good damage too.
Play. Oh no. Oh, Dramus just so aggressive with 50 HP, doesn't care. Sparty makes him pay. And he's going to need to do that a lot more. That's not going to sway Dramus away from this aggressive play. Listen to what I say. Oh, it's beautiful. A little bit of LG, just can't get it.
Oh!
Oh my god.
Where did that one come from? How did that even connect?
I feel like the Rockets really failed. Dramas on that one does get a good nail gun spot as Sparty one of those health bubbles. Dramas protecting, pushing, trying to. Okay, 3 HP. And we're tied back 4-4, and neither player willing to relent their aggressive pursuit of frags, and I love it. I absolutely love it.
And this is something that's pretty typical, I feel like, for this map, right? You start off with a brawl up until one player at one point just gets the upper hand and starts cycling the items. And we're not there just yet. No one's getting consistent control because it's just a spawn rush after spawn rush after spawn rush.
And that's really what Quake's all about. Not really at all, but I love to see it as Drama's now stuck. He's going to take the jump pad up to try and deny this armor. Rocket damage is good. The LG better from Sparty, and finally plants him with a rocket. Taking a 2-frag lead, the biggest lead we've seen in the 3 minutes that we've been on this map, and absolutely insane. As Dramas does miss out on the heavy, but now has the weaponry he needs to maybe set up this attack here, but Sparty just has that machine gun out ready. Also has a big stack and the dual wield as well. Finally, just a little bit of breathing room for both players here as Dramas decides to slow it down, grabs an armor shard. The light armor's on this map. Critical here, and right after that pickup, Sparty had a rocket just waiting for Dramas, locked and loaded. Another warning shot, making sure Dramas doesn't peek over the edge there. As he claims the heavy, trying to make his way back to the Mega, but Dramas has better positioning. Can he steal away this item? There's a decent rocket, but it won't land. There's the Dire Orb, and the dual wield will melt him down right on top of the Mega.
Nice.
Sparty taking control now. This is Sparty's map.
Making good use of those hourglasses as well. Really like that Sparty is prioritizing them often, and he's making such good use of that dual wield. Such a valuable ability. He doesn't have the movement, but that doesn't matter if Dramas just keeps coming towards him over and over again, and he just has to mount himself like a turret and deal all that damage. And again, look at the LG, it's solid, but the mid-air, whoa, Dramas! Midi, and then switch to the shotgun to finish it off. Beautiful.
Oh my god, the direct rocket from Sparty, though. The Dire Orb from Dramas just to get by and maybe get a little bit of damage here. Sparty actually has the better stack with a little bit of armor. He's going to be able to pick up the heavy cleanly, it looks like. Dramas trying to make his way towards it, but not going to be anywhere to try and contest. Oh no, the click of death! He ran out of rockets, Flea!
Yep. So painful, so painful. I think he otherwise would have been able to walk away with a frag right there, but now Dramas closing the gap, 40, frag after frag, just 1 point separating these two. And now Sparty's gotta start being careful, because Dramas has been picking up the major items for a full cycle now, and that makes it a lot more difficult to just rush off the spawn, because your opponent, even after those fights, will still have a pretty sizable stack.
Nice LG trap here from Sparty. Dramas can't land any damage. That was about as clean as it gets for Sparty.
LG comes out comes the dual Sparty. Oh wow, Dramas. This has got to be frustrating for Sparty. So many fights, and it feels like Dramas just keeps getting away with a sliver of health over and over again. So I think it's really important that Dramas, or Sparty rather, keeps his cool.
Oh, big rocket forces him down onto the low ground. Dramas smells blood, but he actually flubs it. Just barely missing out on the damage he needed. Does claim the heavy. Sparty's favor, but 19 HP. Can he find the machine gun bullets he needs? Sparty hanging by a thread right now in the boneyard. Wow, wonderful rocket as well. Can he turn this around? Dramas drops back down, and there it is. The Dire Orb he has used so much this game. The equalizer at 10.
The ability usage has been huge. Both players have been pulling it so effectively. Big rocket jump, Sparty eats a direct for his trouble. And now it's a race for heavy, both players making a move, both players so low though. And Sparty, yeah, jumps around the corner first and buckles to that rocket.
Oh, and Dramus is just going to push in through the choke point. He doesn't care about the nails. There's the redirection again, but Sparty able to capitalize, doing good initial damage first, tying at 11. Nail-on-nail action right now, as this is just haymaker after haymaker from both players.
Nice little burst of heavy machine gun damage. Sessing, so important on this map in absence of a rail. That's how you want to cull your opponent's stack, how you want to keep it manageable, and even when you're playing off the back foot, prepare yourself for the next major engagement. Nice Sparty, he heard that Mega picked up, so he at least has got the time. Oh my god! He just barely peeks over the edge for it, and the first thing he sees is that Orb of Doom hitting him in the face.
Just brutal. Really good orb usage from Dramus. I mean, the dual wield has been pretty good from Sparty, but that Dire Orb is, like we said, so versatile. Both for repositioning, damage, everything, the finisher. Also stealing away items, as we saw there, but he may have damned himself to death here as the LG will plant him. 12-12, Sparty ties it up with 1:30 left.
I've played 8-man death matches that weren't as hectic as this 40. This is insane. It goes LG on LG once more. Dramus this time having superior aim, coming out on top. 1 minute left on the clock. Sparty just 1 frag down, but he's got to be careful. If he gives up another frag right now, ooh, when he does, just before Mega spawns, that could be a critical mistake.
Sparty does have the dual wield. He just needs a good fight. He's going to pop it right now just to get himself out from behind the statue. And the LG plants him again in the boneyard. Final resting place for Sparty. And that may have been the one to break his back. 45 seconds left. Dramus up by 3. And we may see Dramus actually pump the brakes a little bit here, Flea.
Rightfully so. He knows that Sparty has nothing to work with in terms of mobility. So if he can just use that heavy machine gun to just deal 100 damage out of nowhere and orb away if his opponent comes close, this should be in the bag.
Lots of damage,
yeah.
Even with that frag. The stack, it's over. Dramus has done it. Takes the set in 2. This one not nearly as easy as map number 1, but it gets the job done. Quite the slobber knocker that we just saw on CK. And Dramus has got to be happy.
Sparty under
Sparty not as happy. Yeah.
Yeah, we both thought the same thing right there. Dramus may be happy, but Sparty, yeah, taking off and tossing down his headset like that. He is unhappy with that result, and I think it's understandable why. It was a very, very close game. Could have been either player's win, but ultimately it ended up going south for the Swede. And I think, 40, I pointed it out right as it was happening. That one engagement with 1 minute left to go. Sparty pushing really aggressively towards Heavy, not leaving himself a way out. And then that 1 frag deficit turns into 2 just before Dramus picks up the Mega. And then it kind of gets out of control. Too little time, not enough flexibility anymore to tie it up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just, the Dire Orb usage was really, really well done from Dramus. Absolutely insane, but I mean, based on his aggressive play style and knowing how he wants to play, he played exactly how he wanted. He dictated the pace of the game completely with that Dire Orb. As we take a look at the stats, 16-13 is going to be your final score in favor of Dramus. That's a 2-0 in the series. We are still going to go to Ruins to see if Sparty can put up at least a map, but as you saw right there, since we waited patiently to reset the cams, not very happy with that map number 2.
No, indeed not. Now, we've got one more map, one more match in this series, and that will be the largest map that we will have played on today, and that is Ruins of Sarnath, of course. And we get Dramus running Sorlag, so once again opting for that heavier stack, and we know how that turned out the last time he had a stack advantage, 22-4 on Veil. Again, having quite a lot of mobility as well, the air control that Sorlag has, plus a damage dealing ability in terms of that acid spit. Going up against Sparty, who is sticking in his comfort zone, clinging to those medium champions with Visor. Slightly faster movement than the other mediums, and he has that piercing side to work with.
Are we going to see 80% rail from Dramus again? Saw it on map number 1.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, if anything, I would expect 80% rail from Sparty, if he is in good shape today, right? I mean, Sparty, Rail, one of his key weapons, plus he's shooting at Sorlag. She's a thick lady, she's a larger target, not that easy to miss. And lastly, he's got that piercing sight, so he's got an ability that should help him get a lot of information, line up those shots beforehand. So I would expect Sparty to hit more Rails than his opponent, and if he doesn't, that will be a surprising result.
Yep, Drama's working on the 3-0 right now. We'll see. It'll be a battle of Rails to settle this one. I don't see either player backing down from their Rail game, but you're right. Sparty needs to step up and start connecting with some more of that. We'll see, though. Dramas could flip everything on its head and just get up close and personal with a shotgun and spit, because that could take you far as a Sorlag. But we are going to get into map number 3 to settle this and see if it's going to be a 2-1 or 3-0 in favor of Dramas. Map number 3 between Dramas and Sparty, live on Ruins, and we're going to start off on Sparty because he's got some work to do.
He sure has. Let's see if he can at least get himself a 1-map win today. That's a lot of heavy machine gun damage. Nice tracking by Sparty. Now, we got to keep in mind, you haven't really touched upon this, but Dramas is rank 12 currently, Sparty rank 11, right? Both are towards the bottom of the leaderboard, so with 3 weeks left to go, these guys want to get all the points they can just in the hopes of getting a better seat, better route through the brackets when the finals comes around.
Absolutely. Every single map matters, so Sparty playing for his life, trying to get anything he can here as he's claiming both light armors, trying to get that stack as high as he can, and he also gets the vision back, pops it immediately to make sure there's no shenanigans. There's quite the trap using the machine gun into the rail. There's the spit, misses with the second, and Dramas able to take him down with the shotgun.
Good play, highly aggressive push by Dramas, pays off. And now look at him just flying around the map. Perfect timing on even the small items. Will make it dive onto heavy. Oh! Sparty showing his face hyper aggressively as well. Should get the frag. And indeed ties it back up 10 seconds before Mega. Sparty should be able to secure this, but Dramas actually gets a solid spawn. Plus the speed that he's got to work with means that he should get himself in a really good stack right now.
Oh, and Sparty tries to go for the drive-by rail, takes a lot of rocket damage. Does have the vision to pop, that should be a free one, and it is. Maybe a second, nope. Dramas hits him with the double back. Oh, and the rocket finds it. Does get a rail off. Dramas extremely weak. He is going to steal away the heavy. Can Sparty get some machine gun damage? No, he's going to opt to get the rail and go through the telly, trying to work with these armor shards, the light armors. Yet again, only trailing by 1. So not too bad for Sparty here. He just needs to be able to hit a couple more rails to initiate. Oh, but the rocket, so good from Dramas. Ends up with the acid spit to get his 3rd frag.
Again, aggressive by Sparty. He could have waited on the Mega and just tried to spam the doorway to prevent his opponent from pushing in, but instead he really positioned himself quite far out there near the entrance. And in doing so, he didn't just give up a frag, but he also gave away the Mega to Dramas, and now the snowball, it started 40. What can Sparty do to stop this?
I don't know, but he's got to do something here. Good try ball, but he misses with the rail, and that'll cost him his life.
Same thing. Could have made a move for heavy, could have played, or Mega rather, just gone straight for the item. But instead he goes for the flyby rail, hyper aggressive. Like we mentioned before we started, right? If that works, you look like a genius. If it doesn't, it's like, why didn't you just go for the item instead? And now Dramas is just really running away with the scoreline.
Yeah, this is not looking great for Sparty here, trailing by 6. But it was this very map where he came back from 8 frags to at least send us to overtime, but he played much differently. He's struggling with the item control right now. He's kind of overextending to try and get some damage and frags. It's really costing him. Good rail there. Still taking the spit damage, and that's just a tracker for Dramas, but he did get him extremely weak. Now it's just a matter of can he capitalize and get this frag to try and stabilize Flea.
Mega is up in 5 seconds. Doesn't look like Dramas is even gonna go for it. He's gonna give it up to Sparty. This might be his way back in.
There's the acid spit, drops right into it, but he should be able to get this frag. There it is, but Dramas trades it out. Ooh. Clutch rocket at the end there.
Sparty not happy about that one. I don't know if you saw 40, but that was a a punch to the desk right there, and I can imagine why.
That poor desk. That is a strong, strong man. I would not want to be that desk right now, Flea.
Yeah, I think Sparty just didn't think that that rocket would still connect. He was hoping to be able to just walk away with the heavy, but no. Just not quite how that turned out.
Does get that frag back. It's before the 5-minute mark. There should be another one. Misses with the rail, but a machine gun will do it, but instead he uses the rail. Now he has to grab health. 15, he's not going to make it! Sad.
Sad face indeed. Just look at this. Gets a poor spawn as well, and Dramus has nothing but railgun and machine gun as he charges in, lands 2 rails, and then finishes it off with the machine gun. Excellent play right there. He's looking to make the US proud today. Dragonborn Esports will be happy as he's heading for a 3-0 victory, but there is still time. This time there really is still time. 6 frags for rather 5 minutes, entirely possible.
Oh, just misses with that rail, but 2 good shots from Sparty. Gives him an opportunity here, but a little bit of mispositioning. I mean, he had to pick an item. He went for the heavy. Mega's still up, but actually, Dramus is out in the courtyard, and he get fragged here, giving Sparty the opportunity to not only get the kill, but get the Mega as well. And he gets some nice vials here, so he should have vision back. And this is a huge opportunity for Sparty. Fantastic rail. And now he should be able to make his way back. Mega just all by its lonesome right now.
This could be the break that he needs. There we go. Expertly using that piercing sight as well, but unfortunately unable to prevent Dramus from taking away that major item. Now Heavy should be going in favor of the Swede, but he really needs full control right now if he wants to mount a comeback.
Nice rail. Almost gets another one. It's a big rocket there. Oh! But the trade again! Oh, Sparty's just hitting the most clutch shots, and then Drama says, I can also clutch out this fight. And it's just so unfortunate. Sparty is working so hard for these frags. Still trailing by 5. I still believe. Trying to find some railgun damage. The rockets flying by, and look at that. Just another beautiful shot before the heavy pickup. These rails are keeping Sparty in the game. Still down by 5, but there's just something about him, Flea. There's something about this mayonnaise man.
1, 2, can't hit the third. But still, those 2 rails left Sparty critically weak. Luckily, there is a Mega for him to work with. But Heavy, that's a different story altogether. Oh no, so aggressive on the drop down. He needed to land that first rail, and Sparty. That's the tilt setting in. Even going for the suicide. Oh, this is tragic to watch, 40.
Somebody's going to gift that. That's going to be on the subreddit. That's going to be on Twitter. It's unfortunate, but there's still time. I still believe. Sparty could still do this. There's the fight over the Mega, and the spit will melt him.
1 second later, could have saved himself with the Mega, but unfortunately for him, timing just didn't align that time. 6 frags. Sparty has no choice but to go all aggro, hoping to chain together a few frags, but just look at that stack that Dramus has. The better mobility, the higher starting stack.
Doing the dance, trying to chain together these rails. There's 2, wants 1 more. There's a good rocket, and Dramus swaps to rail. Hits him right between the eyes, up 7 with 2 minutes remaining. And a little bit of signs of Sparty being a part of the tilt mode army, in my opinion here. Again, you get into this deficit where you have to start pushing and making these kind of wild card plays. And if it goes your way, great, that's an opportunity. And if not, it just makes the deficit bigger. And unfortunately for Sparty on this map, that's exactly kind of how that went. 1:30 left on the clock. Dramus can literally bunny hop around the map to victory. Is now just disrespecting Sparty, spitting on him. There's good rocket damage. The LG from around the corner should be able to melt him, and Dramus still, after all that, gets 1 rocket into the breadbasket of Sparty.
Yeah.
Luckily for him, the Mega is up. But wow, what a performance from Dramas throughout this entire series.
Absolutely. That is a well-deserved 3-0 victory, and a welcome one too after his performance the past few weeks. Is this the point where Dramas turns it back around? If you've been keeping an eye on his Twitter, at least, he has been talking that, you know, Romania is coming up. This is where it changes. This is where everything kicks into a higher gear, so that he will be playing at his absolute best performance when the finals comes around. So hopefully for Dramas, this is the moment where all of that starts.
Oh yeah, it's all different. It's all different on LAN here. Sparty getting some consolation frags, but yeah, definitely not happy with the performance. You saw there's a lot of gifable moments from this one here. The last 20 seconds will skate on by, and Drama's still looking to add more. Sparty gets one of his own.
But ultimately, too little, too late. 40. Sparty, he put up one hell of a fight. Ultimately, I think, yeah, some of the mistakes, some of the problems, some of the unlucky things piling up got to him towards the end. We could definitely see a bit of tilt. Nevertheless, he put in admirable efforts, but Dramas was just too strong today.
Too strong, too aggressive. The rail was too on fire for Dramas. So he does pick up the 3-0. And yeah, it's rough. It's rough being on the receiving end of an 80% rail gun. Starting off the series on Veil with 80%, and that's kind of set the tone. Map number 2, a lot closer, back and forth the entire way through, but that last fight, around a minute left, as you mentioned, kind of swung it in the way of Dramas, able to extend to 2 and 3 and close it out, and then this one was just brutal all the way through and through, in my opinion.
Yeah, indeed, this was. Ultimately, map 2 was the closest one of the bunch, right? And I think that seemed like that on paper as well. I think it was the one where the champion picks were the most evenly matched. If he had, for example, an Ison, I think map 1 could have turned out very differently. But map 2, close in terms of champions and close in terms of score as well. It really wasn't until that very final minute that things fell apart for Sparty. The orb simply offered Dramas too much ability, right? Both aggressively, both in terms of mobility, both defensively, right? It was too much simply for Sparty to deal with the dual wields.
Yeah, the Dire Orb is insane because if you throw it, it's not only misdirection. If it passes through you, it's a little bit of chip damage. If they teleport to you, it's just full-on shub. I got a shub just watching it, Flea. But that'll be it for set number 1. Dramas does take a 3-0 over Sparty. We started hot and heavy on week 15 with no signs of stopping. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with Zanaku versus Saigib. Don't go anywhere. welcome back to week 15 of the Quake Pro League. I'm 40 Lines, joined by the one and only Flea. We saw quite the barn burner for set number 1. Slobber knocker, even, in other words that just don't even make any sense. But now for the second set of the day, we're going to get into Zanaku versus Saigib. Flea, how do you feel about this one? Yes. Yes. There's technical difficulties, Chad, in case you were wondering. We're trying to figure that out, but we'll get there. There he is. I think you're there. Are you there?
I hope I'm going to stay here.
Fine.
I have no clue what's going on. I sorely apologize, but for now I'm here. But for some reason I keep losing connection to the TeamSpeak server, so hopefully I get to stay with you. But yeah, there may be some technical issues.
It's okay. It's probably my fault somehow. We'll blame Nick. She's somewhere sleeping. But anyways, yes, Zanaku versus Saigib on this one. Zanaku looking pretty strong. Saigib, not so much. If I'm not mistaken, just rocking the bottom of the leaderboard. Not to call him out like that, but he's got to step up in a big way here today. Again, 3 weeks left until the LAN finals in Romania. That's right, chat. It's on LAN. But anyways, if you can, talk to me a little bit about Zanaku and Saigib and how you feel about these players, Flea.
I love them both. What more can I say? They're both handsome hunks of men, and I couldn't love them more. But indeed, talking about their Quake skills, took a look at their match history, and so far it seems that actually Saigib has won most of their matchups. Unfortunately for him, that was mainly in the beginning. So Saigib won around 3 matches straight, but for the past 2 series, it has been Zanaku who got both wins. So historically speaking, Zanaku is looking good and poised to take it today, and I think the same goes for just this season alone, since Saigib, I believe, is the only person who has yet to secure a full match win.
I think it's gone all horribly wrong because I can't hear you anymore, but I'm going to assume that you said both players are fantastic, very handsome going into this set between these two. I really, we could take a look at the pick bands. There we go. Let's take a look. Everything's okay. This is okay. Veil of Nath first, Awoken, and then we got Deep Embrace. And taking a look at the champ picks, I think Zen is going to take this one because he picked Keel. We got Keel versus Sorbet, so we're going to start off thick and easy on that one. Awoken, it's going to be Strog versus Athena, and then we're going to end it on Deep Embrace with a nice little BJ versus Nyx matchup. That one should be good. And, yeah, I guess this is just the 40 Lions show. So, Flea, wait, no, yeah. Flea, I see you. There you go. There you go. I had to run down the champs, but you tell me how you feel about each matchup.
How do I feel about each matchup? Well, let me take a look, right? Starting it off, Veil on F, the big body champions. I think that's really supposed to be expected by now. We're getting Zanaku, Saigib, 2 men who really like to go for the brawlers. Now, map 2, Awoken, very different story. We're getting to see Athena come out to play. She can be so strong on this map, alongside Blood Covenant, of course. And Zanaku is going to try and counter with the crouch sliding Strok, and then the final map, Deep Embrace, we're getting to see Nyx, so a lot of mobility versus that BJ dual wield. So a lot of high-flying action coming up, especially Veil of Nath, I think is going to be another brawl just like that Corrupted Keep series we just had.
Oh, I hope so. I want to see Citrus and Spit raining down everywhere. Between these two, now that we have a better picture painted for us, Flea, who do you think is going to take this one?
I have to say Zanaku. Just looking at their track record this season so far, looking at the map, or rather the champion picks as well, it's pretty even, I would say. I would favor Zanaku on map 2 in particular, map 1 slightly as well. Map 3 is going to be difficult for Saigib, but if he plays it well, Nyx can be very solid to play against the BJ here, but generally speaking, I will favor Zanaku, and I'm going to say 2-1 in favor of the Maestro player.
I think, based on just track record alone and Saigib kind of fighting from the bottom of the leaderboards here, he doesn't have really anything to lose. So, again, I said this before when we covered the Saigib game. At this point, it's just kind of play your best. You have nothing to lose. Unfortunately, no one really might side with you on whether you're going to win or not, just based on the track record. And I think that opens up a certain level of freedom, if I'm honest. I do think Zanaku's still going to take this one. It's just a matter of whether it's going to be a 3-0 or 2-1. But I feel like Saigib should go into this with full confidence, just because what else? What else are you going to do? You have absolutely nothing to lose. Play your best and try and put up some big frags. Again, 3 weeks away. 3 weeks of regulation, excuse me, and a couple more weeks away from the LAN finals in Romania. So starting off on Veil here shortly, we're working through some technical difficulties, as we always do, because I ruin everything. Keel versus Sorbet, I'm going to side with the Keel because the pineapples. You just have to, chat. The pineapples are everything. Awoken, Strog versus Athena. I still like the Strog. I think the mobility on the champion is fantastic, and also just that extra health pickup after a frag. The peeker plays, we've seen some fantastic peeker plays this season, looking forward to more. And then Deep Embrace, the BJ versus the Nyx is interesting. I don't know about the BJ, but we'll see. We'll see what Saigib can do. I think the pressure's really on Saigib for this whole series, which we should get into shortly here.
Yeah.
Hi, Flea.
What's up, 40?
Today's quite the day, isn't it?
Oh man, we've had some issues. Both you and I have had some technical difficulties.
I always have issues, so
Oh.
it's fine. We power through it. We power through it.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can have a bit of a technical break and sort some things out shortly. But for now, we are loading into the first map of this series, right? Two big body champions. This is going to be one hell of a matchup. And I liked hearing your breakdown for it. You do a really good job at talking about the champions yourself. So I don't know why you keep passing it off to others.
Because I have to be the clown. Nobody can know that I kind of know a little bit about Quake.
Okay.
It ruins the illusion, Flea, all right? It ruins the illusion. But I heard us join up into the server, so map number 1 is going to be underway shortly. Lock in those predictions, chat. Just kidding. You don't get that either. It's a beautiful day for Quake. Saturday morning Quake tunes. Set number 2 is going live between Zanaku and Saigib. And again, Saigib fighting out of the corner. I don't think he has anything to lose. Maybe he will shock the Quake world today. But it starts on map number 1 and starts on Kiel versus Sorlag. We're live on Zanaku.
Zanaku immediately getting the heavy. Good spawn for him. Ooh, doesn't have a lot of weapons to work with. Can he make do with the nail gun? So far he can. Adding another Pineapple to the mix. All it takes to push Saigib back.
Ooh, just missing out on that rail. Goes for another one, just missing the tail. Nice double back from Saigib there, knowing that he was going to run into a lot of damage. And I really like this back and forth play, just avoiding all the damage as Zen trying to put the pressure on, get some damage before the heavy pickup. That rail is going to open it up for him, though. Should be able to make his way cleanly towards it. Can he get both? Saigib going to push it and just barely gets the armor shard of the Mega, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Zen is able to melt him down for his first frag of the game. Re-upping on that LG now. Patrolling the top, just missing out on the angle. Ooh, that's a really nice rail there. Into another one, some pineapples. The citrus is going to do it for the second frag, and Zen's just looking real good right now. Right off the spawn with another rail. Relentless. The split between the items, not so great. Zen can't make it to the heavy. He's going to opt for just the Mega instead, but even though he only picked up the Mega, the stack is still fantastic because Saigib just cannot land the damage he needs to try and open this up in his favor. That rail going his way needs a little bit more. Risky push through the telly here. Zen will take some spit damage, does mitigate with a quick health bubble. And again, opting not to really do damage on the heavy. He can potentially add a split to the majors, but he opts to just back that thick ass up onto it instead. There's a great rail into the Thunderdome. He wants to get this frag, and he does. With a dying breath, one rocket at his feet, but Saigib is just struggling. When the LG on LG, nice little push from Saigib there, but Zen just has too much of a stack. Can he get to the heavy in time? No, just missing out, but instead a rail. There's problems here, but okay, a little bit of pineapple to force him down, not bad. Oh, that rocket. Wow. No matter what Saigib does, Zen just has the answers. He has the damage, the tribal, perfect weapon for this angle here. This is best to avoid the spit. Takes a little bit of acid damage and almost hits a fadeaway rail. Saigib down to 50 HP as Zen trying to fight for this. Can't quite grab the heavy, and Saigib actually turns it around. That shaft absolutely shredding through Zen and his stack. Looking for a little bit more, pushing aggressively off the spawn, and oh, the telefrag! Nothing more just absolutely demoralizing than a telefrag. It's almost too good to be true. As Zen back on top by 4.
Here come the fireworks.
And what's crazy is the item breakdown actually in favor of Saigib. He's doing a good job of picking up these majors, but Zen just out damaging him by a lot here. Saigib trying to let the spit damage do its thing, and Zen just pushing the issue, getting that frag up 5 now. As you are tuned in to 40 Lions Radio right now, Saigib trying to make something happen with the tribal. Takes a rail from down below. That was absolutely great. And Zen repositioning. Saigib doesn't even realize where he's getting hit from. That's a good rail as he backs up onto the heavy. Still trailing by 5, trying to make something happen. Really wants to get some damage on this Mega, but he misses out on the rail, and Zen hits his. Now forcing Saigib into the armor shard. 4 HP. Doesn't even pick up the armor shard. That gets denied in the shotgun blast from downtown. Heavy going to Zen. Saigib trying to defend this Mega. A little bit of a flub with the rocket. The second one's a direct, and the spit might do a little bit of damage, but in the end, it's not going to do a lot. Zen really just firm grasp on the items now, taking over this map completely, forcing Saigib into the low ground. No items but a rail and a machine gun. Now a nail gun and a dream. Does hit his initial. He's going to need another. That's a good secondary rail. Zen pushing the issue with his LG and can't go 3 for 3. Zen just has too much stack to deal with. Oh, Lord. Sweet baby Quake as the Rockets now. Good rail, 7 HP. Can Saigib make this happen? And he does! Clips the sweet, sweet butt cheek of Keel, and he puts up his second frag, but he's trailing by so much. Doesn't have a lot of stack to work with. A rail will absolutely decimate him, but he wants to take a peek and try and get some damage. Needs to be more worried about this heavy pickup, and luckily for him, Zen actually drops. Doesn't want to do any kind of damage now as he gets his way to the Mega. Should be able to claim this. Saigib just looking for damage, and oh, what he finds is citrus down the windpipe. Sweet mother of God, make it stop. 11-2 right now as Saigib trying to make some magic happen. There's 2 good rails again, but Zen just taking these fights, and he has all these items to fall back on. There's 1 armor shard for Saigib. There's the spit preemptively to try and negate any kind of push from Zen, and he doesn't care. The spit didn't even look like it landed. I don't even know where that spit went, but 12-2. Zanaku firmly in control, no signs of stopping, almost dropped down to get floated, but instead Saigib will push through the telly, and LG on LG, and Zen comes out on top again. Less than 4 minutes, and Zen has done a great job of evening up the item game in his control here. Saigib able to grab a heavy, little bit of tribal as well. Should grab this Mega, but Zen doesn't even care at this point. A nice defensive play will pretty much seal him the victory here. There's the aggressive push from Saigib. Doesn't have a lot of choice, and oh my God, how many pineapples can a dinosaur eat? Just missing out on that last rail to try and kill Zen, and Zen did. Was that tactical? I didn't even see it. I don't know if he dropped in the acid or not, but how many times have I said you need a babysitter when you're doing acid? 13-2. Saigib from down below almost gets it, but not quite. Again, too much stack off the spawn, and Zen looking to extend. No signs of stopping. 12 up doesn't even matter. He wants to make sure that he puts all 75 nails in this coffin for map number 1 and starts the series off with a bang. Fantastic rail into pineapple, into rail, almost hits another pineapple, but the rail will take him down. And this is the power of Keel. Literally the best champion in the game, no discussion. And good Lord, that LG. Saigib able to finally take Zen down, but this exchange rate is just no good. 16-3. Zen making it look easy. And both of the Veil games so far today have been quite the blowout. Isn't that right, Flea? That's right, 40. Back to you, Flea. Yeah, I don't know. Not much to say here. I mean, Saigib, even when he had the item advantage, he was just taking too much damage. Zen doing a good job of positioning post-item pickup to make sure that, okay, he was trying to get creative. I like that. Sometimes when you're in the lead by 13, chat, you just have to try some tribal jumps that you've been working on in the lab. There's nothing wrong with that. With a minute 30 left, this is kind of the point where we talk about time and time again that you just have to mentally reset going into map number 2, because this one is done and dusted. Nice little rocket jump from Zen to get across and claim the heavy. Almost gets some rocket damage. Oh, just enough to send him through. That's going to be big shotgun damage. Oh, man. What do you do? I thought it was going to be another telefrag. Saigib just stuck in the worst position. Somehow gets away. Nope! That Talon gets clipped with the buckshot. 18-3. And stop. Stop. He's already dead. This is what happens in the arena, chat, you see? This is what happens. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? There's a good rail from Saigib on the way down. But yeah, quite the performance from Zen here on map number 1 to really get the momentum going in this series. Saigib, you gotta wonder, what's left in the tank after something like this? Can you come back on a map number 2? And that'll be it, the final buzzer, 20-5. Brutal. So take a look at the recap, 67% rail. And yeah, just quite the performance again as we take a look at the breakdown, the stats from this 20-5 walkover from Zanaku here, unfortunately for Saigib. Again, it was a matter of just damage dealt overall. Even though Saigib early on had the item advantage, he was controlling the map pretty well, he was just taking too much damage. The pineapple stacking up, good rails from Zen as well. Really chipping away until he had a firm grasp on the map and then started taking the items away, and from there it was even more downhill for Saigib. You gotta wonder, can we see the ascension to Saigod from Saigib? We've missed it for so long. I miss the headband, I miss the sunglasses, chat. I'm not sure about you, but that's what we want to see. So if you're a Saigib fan, make some noise in the chat. Spam all caps, do what you need to do. Also, prayers up for Flea. I have no idea what's going on, but it's fine. Everything's going to be fine. We press on. As we get ready to load into map number 2, I do believe Saigib has gone for a restart, both mentally and system-wise. You just have to wipe everything that just happened and try and regroup going into the second map. Still the ability to take this 2-1, but he's got to dig deep because Zen does not look like he's missing anything right now. Firing on all cylinders. Again, 3 weeks left in regulation. This is kind of when you want to ramp up. I'm not quite sure who has boot camps or whatnot lined up, but you gotta wonder if most of these players are also looking forward to the pre-LAN boot camp, getting that practice in, and just getting ready for the LAN finals in Romania. That's right, LAN. Did I mention it's LAN? Just in case anybody in the chat had any questions, it's LAN. Reading through chat, first of all, bless you all. Second of all, yes, Coupland, I feel so utterly alone. Every day, really, not just today, but yes. We are waiting on the restart. Production doing me a favor. Nobody wants to look at my ugly face for longer than they need to, so stare at their beautiful faces. Look at that. We got a Keel, we got a Sorlag, we got a Zanaku, a Saigib. Handsome. Just handsome. Hashtag handsome. The Quake Pro League here. Week 15. As Awoken will be the second map. We're going to have Strog versus Athena. A little bit worried, to be honest, about the Athena. Very mobile champion, but I feel like once Athena goes down once, that Strog can just build up so much momentum. Not only with the movement, but also just the health, denying items, the peeker plays. I don't know. The way that Zen is playing, it just might be another slaughter. I hope not. I hope to see a closer game, as I'm sure everyone in chat does, especially if you're a Saigib fan. But he's got to dig deep. He needs a little something, something, and then some. I think I have a special guest. We're ready? We're ready almost? We might be.
Forty, is that you?
I think it's you. Hi.
It is me. I just
We did
hope
great.
it. Yeah, we are. I have absolutely no idea. Once again, I apologize. I don't know what's going on. Everything is working perfectly fine, except I keep losing connection to TeamSpeak. It keeps kicking me out. I have no clue what happened. So
Whoever is
I'm trying my best.
DDoSing you, I'm sick of it.
Yeah.
Let's settle this in the arena.
Fun's over.
I don't understand. Well, I'm not sure if you saw, it was a bit of a walkover
I
for
did.
Zen. I don't know if
did.
it's something about Vale, but it was a brutal stomp down from Zen. And you got to hope that, again, as an Athena, my worry is that if Saigib gives up a frag or two, it is just all the Strog show here on Awoken. And we're actually going to get into it right now as both players have readied up. Saigib has restarted. And this is it. Map number 2 between Zanaku and Saigib is live, and we are going to start off on Zanaku's point of view, and he starts off with the mega quick spawn here into the armor shard as well, and lots of damage into the rocket. Okay, close call, but nothing too crazy.
Let's see what extent Saigib can make up for that first map. Fight breaks out towards Mega. Oh, good use of the hook right there, but the rocket jump serves to counter it, and it will still be Zanaku getting that first frag again. Not a lot of time between the items though. Mega spawns now heavy in just 2 seconds. Saigib risky. That's a lot of LG damage. Even gets away with the item and the frag.
That was beautiful. Strong start from Saigib. Can he keep it up? Tying it at 1, looking for a little bit of damage from down below. Needs to be careful not to completely give up his position on the Mega, and it looks like he has, as he has given up superior position to Zen, and this should be a free Mega. Silver lining, Saigib does have position on the Heavy, but Zen coming in like a wrecking ball, taking a bunch of damage, but stealing that away. There's the Pika play, there's the hook down, lots of rockets, and finally takes him down, melts through the stack with the rockets. 49 HP, 74 after the 25 health pickup, and Saigib looking decent to maybe take another fight. But Zanaku doesn't aggress off the spawn, takes his time, slowing things down, and making the push count, and gets popped into the air in that slight air, just aerial rocket. Kind of ruined it for Saigib, losing track of him just barely.
Yeah, sometimes those little bounces can really spell disaster if you're on the receiving end. Now Zanaku looking good, making excellent use of that crouch, or that rather, the Strog crouch sliding to make his way around the map. And now full control of that center area, that T position. This is such a powerful place on the map to hold, because he knows exactly where Saigib is, and he can do everything he can to prevent him from getting footing again. Now fortunately for Saigib, he is playing Athena, so that speed, that grapple hook allows him to break out of even the most difficult of positions.
Just missing out on that rail, as Zen able to grab the Heavy. Trying to get some rocket damage on the Mega. Zen very early here. Actually doubles back through the telly. This gives an opportunity to Saigib. There's the hook up, eats a rail, very weak. But Zen, after the rail, decides to disengage. Could have tried to go for one more, but instead he eats a rail of his own, and now Saigib looking to aggress and take the lead. Potentially great tri-bolt into the rail. Zen down to near nothing. 225s to work with. Can Saigib find the angle? For now, Zen living on a prayer.
Very costly shot to miss by Zanaku. The moment that Saigib peeked through that window over at rail and he missed a shot, that meant that Zanaku had no choice but to leave. He had to run away, give up the Heavy completely to Saigib, and then there was a little fumble with the ledge over at the LG that stopped him dead in his tracks, so Saigib landed another shot. And now Zanaku, as you said, hanging on by a thread. He's just running down a full cycle of items right now, giving up everything on the map to Saigib. And now looking for a way back in, and he's going to find it. Decent amount of damage, getting his footing back. Lots of damage for the Peeker as well. This is his time to push in. Wow! Incredible to think that just 30 seconds ago he was down to, what, 10 points of health? And now he's just bringing it back.
And this is the problem that I was worried about. Athena, just such a light champion. You get fragged once, you get rockets like that, it's just so easy, and Zen picks up 3 in a matter of 45 seconds, Flea.
That is, again, that momentum that's starting to build, and that's why it's so dangerous to play a light champion, right? If Athena works, she can be an absolute terror, never leaving you any safe places to recover. But if it doesn't, and if your opponent's the one in the driving seat, then you have no starting armor to work with whatsoever. And one frag can easily turn into multiple, especially if you used your hooks already and you don't have that escape route.
Saigib has Zen pinned, but just can't find the damage, the nail gun. Warding him off for the time being. A little bit of tribal from the T-Con as Saigib, hatching an egg on this Mega, is able to pick it up cleanly. Still trailing by 4. Just needs to find the damage, and this is similar to Vale, where Saigib is grabbing the items, technically beating Zen in the item game, but just taking so much damage.
Solid rocket as well. Saigib committing to the fight, though.
Ooh,
yeah.
Beautiful.
Those nails just didn't connect. Zanaku, I think perhaps a little late to switch the nail gun. By the time he got it out, Saigib was already around the corner, so he couldn't deny access as much as he would have liked. And that ultimately led to his demise right there. But that LG, that's brutal, that's nasty, 40. And that gives him away onto the heavy. Still 3 points in the lead.
Only 64 HP, can't even find resources, finds one bubble, still railable. And again, just a testament to the stack of Athena and how delicate she can be if you're not in control. There's the light armor down by the drive-through window. That's going to help a little bit. It's Saigib still. Is he going to be able to maintain position on this heavy? There's a little bit of rocket damage, make that a lot of rocket damage, but Zen again bullying him off the item, just sliding on in those DMs, using the peeker, melting down to 57 HP, has to grab a bubble and another light armor. Ooh, great rail, almost a great rocket here. Saigib trying to make sure that that light armor doesn't go Zen's way. Trying to make sure that he gets his footing in the item game again here. Zen now armorless and now megaless here. Can Saigib grab the heavy as well? He's trying to track his prey, just missing out on that rail as Zen went flying by through the banana, trying to live off the scraps.
Zen really has to watch that angle a bit more. He's taken like, what, 3 or 4 really bad rails through the teleporter and he was just flying by. He's gotta be careful. Luckily for him, Saigib missed a shot over there, but most often he does not miss an angle like that. And now Mega is about to spawn. Once again, we'll be going towards Saigib, just as you said, 40. Saigib, the American, in full control of the items. But Zanaku doing so much damage that he is still able to retaliate.
What a pursuit there. Peeker play voided as Saigib able to hook in, melt him down, deny the armor shard as well as double back for the heavy. Much better showing here from Saigib. He is missing out on some layup rails, does hit that one as he's able to back up onto the Mega. Zen with a little double back on the jump pad, but this one should be a frag here if he can get around the corner. Zen ready with the rockets, and Saigib able to power through with rockets of his own. Cuts the deficit to 1, Flea.
Heavy spawns, and this time it goes to Zanaku. So indeed, Saigib has closed the gap somewhat, but he's given up a lot of resources to make it happen. Luckily for him, he's still got all of the weapons at play to work with. Can keep a distance from his opponent. Oh, but that peeker, that's a lot of damage. Zanaku, no doubt, going to make use of this. Pushes in, but that hook, so versatile. Allows Saigib to get away once again. Fortunately for him, he landed that railgun before the Mega was picked up, so Zanaku is still looking mighty healthy.
I do like the patience from Saigib, just looking for the angle for damage and not committing to anything crazy, keeping this close.
think that's a mistake that a lot of players make in this situation, right? 1 or 2 minutes left to go.
Oh
no!
It looked pretty,
It
but Zen's
sure
rocket was
was.
just prettier.
Oh, that's disastrous. Just as we were praising Saigib for his patience, his discipline, and self-control, he just eats that rocket point blank to the face. And now, 80 seconds left to work with to make a comeback happen. What can he do?
Trying to aggress on this Mega, it's not going to be lucrative at all. He's going to disengage and grab a rail. He's got a minute to play with to get 2 frags. It's doable, but with this stack, it's very dangerous. And this next heavy could make or break him. There's the drop down, and it's absolutely going to be clean for Zen. Rail on the exit, but Saigib, look at that stack. He can't do anything.
Yeah. A rail is a rail, 90 damage is 90 damage, but that hurts so much more when you're a light champion. You don't even have basic armor to start with. So that one rail essentially makes it so that Saigib has to spend, what, 20, 30 seconds back to the drawing board restacking, and he just doesn't have that time. And once again, another rail by Zanaku. And I think right now, Saigib just really doesn't have the time. There's no more opportunity for him to stack back up.
This is it. It's got to be pedal to the floor here. There's the peeker, but Zen playing a good game of keep away. Saigib extremely weak and makes it look easy. Didn't have any choice, had to chase that. Zen with good defense, able to take that. That'll be 8-5 on map number 2. Zen just looking strong.
Yeah, indeed. That means that the Maestro player has already secured himself the win, and Saigib still not getting himself that first victory of the season. Yet there is still one more map left. We talked about this a bit earlier, right? How important every single matchup is now. This late in the stage, these players, the ones that are towards the bottom of the bracket, they are fighting for placement. They are fighting for seeding going into the finals, and that will be so critical to determine who they go up against.
Completely agree. As we mentioned before, the qualifiers, returning of some Quake Pro League players, some new blood, either way, all killers. You want the highest seed possible to optimize your chances of getting through the insane bracket that we will have at the LAN finals in Romania. But that's a look at the stats breakdown from map number 2 on Awoken. 8-5, Zanaku puts it in the bag. The set is his, but as you mentioned, one final map to try and get some money in his pocket, try and get some points going, anything that he can. Saigib, it's looking rough for the boy. It's looking rough for the boy. I mean, a good display on map number 2. It was closer than I thought it'd be, given the Athena stack and everything we saw. So not bad, but you know, you gotta put up the dubs.
I think Saigib is going to regret taking that one rocket while he was at T, that center part with the small armor right behind him. He had Zanaku dead to rights, right? Beautiful rockets, rails in midair. His opponent had nowhere to go, was down to what, 5-10 points of health, and then that rocket felt like it was going in slow-mo. He dodges left, he dodges right, dodges back, right to the face, and that was when he was 1 or 2 frags behind. So that was really the moment that he could have mounted a comeback. And that was a decisive moment in his downfall in the end. Unfortunate
for sure. Yeah. But both players have readied up. What I love about Saigib is even after all of that, when the admins and the players are typing in chat in the lobby, ready, he always says, born ready. And I love that about Saigib. So make some noise if you're a Saigib fan. This is going to be the final map of the series. You hope to see Saigib pull a W, but Zen working on a 3-0, just looking so strong. We'll see if he can pull this one out, but yeah. If you're a Saigib fan, make some noise while you can. So he's got to do something here. He's got to do something on Deep Embrace. It's going to be BJ versus the Knicks. We'll see if Saigib has what it takes to put up one map against Zanaku. But this is it. Map number 3 between these two live, and we are starting off on Zanaku.
Zanaku beat Dramis in his previous showing in the Quake Pro League. Now wanting to add Saigib to that list as well. Well, let's see how he ends up playing this, though. He's got the BJ to work with, a lot of damage potential. But Saigib has, of course, that wall jump. Very useful, especially around the heavy side of the map. Plus, that ghost walk. And immediately, he wastes no time pulling it. Doesn't want to sacrifice any damage off the get-go.
Oh, can't quite weather the storm of the dual wield.
He made good use of the pillar there, though. Very evasive, but now he runs face first into the LG. Nearly getting the frag with that super shoddy. Wasn't quite enough. He's got to be careful that he doesn't start with a huge deficit that will ultimately prove too difficult to plug.
There's a good rocket there, sending Zen flying 75 HP. There's a nice wall jump, but he misses it, and Zen's still railable, needs to be careful. As he's playing for the Mega. Heavy will go to Saigib, and you're absolutely right. The last thing you want as a light champion is to start off 3-4 frags behind, maybe worse, but it looks like he stopped. At least for the time being, he is taking control on the high ground. Zen, I think he heard a step because Nyx has feet. So is he going to try and make his play? They're just towering over each other. There's the drop like Batman. 73 HP for Zen as he's trying to survive. Goes up the jump pad to take that light armor and get away. But that was scary times there for Zen.
I don't even want to know what chat looks like now that you've mentioned Nyx's feet.
I just want to reiterate that she does have feet. That's all I'm saying. It's anatomy is important. Shouts Jahar. Now, 2-0 still, as the dual wield preemptively popped. Zen will not find any damage, so a bit of waste there. Saigib has to keep that in the back of his mind that he has about 40-ish seconds to maybe make a move and not deal with dual weapons.
Oh! Barely stays within the arena. Yeah, doesn't matter in the end. Saigib quick to follow up on a good opener. Starting to make his way back into this. Stop the bleeding early on. Doesn't get that major deficit that we were worried about.
Good patience there from Zanaku. Sees the Mega, but knows that it's a bit of an oasis. It could have led to his demise, wanting to hold on to this one frag lead here. Potentially extending. There's the dual wield. Again in Zen's pocket. Might attack this heavy with it. Trying to figure out exactly where to go. Doesn't have a rail, for what it's worth. No, and Saigib just dropping into so much damage. Needs to be careful. There's the dual wield. We've seen it again around this pillar. Can Saigib do the dance one last time? Taking so much damage, and this is going to be bad, Flea.
Sure looks like it. Saigib running for his life. He does have the Ghost Walk ready, but does he even want to pop it, right? If you use it now and Saigib, or rather Zanaku, stays on track, it's a wasted ability. So Saigib hanging on to it has got to make a calculated decision if he wants to give up on that ability. Yeah, and indeed he does. Gets out around 20 points of health, and he's going in aggressively. One good shoddy bolt can't get the other. And that means that he doesn't just lose out on a frag, but he actually doesn't have his ability to work before another 30 seconds. And this is a huge opportunity for Zanaku. Nice opening rocket, can't quite get the rail, but is still in a good position to chase Saigib down.
Oh, right into the dual wield and the rail. Perfectly placed there for Zanaku. And off the spawn, big damage, but actually the rocket switch costs him as Saigib has the dedicated LG bead right on him and melts him down. Well done to Saigib, just a bit of a weapon flub there from Zanaku. Unfortunate.
Mega going to Zanaku now. It looks like Saigib will trade the heavy for it. Pretty slow and reserved game, at least for the past minute or so. Saigib is really aware of how difficult it will become if he falls any further behind than this. So he wants to slow play it. That's typically what you want to do when you're Nyx on this map.
Nice LG there. Good play on that onto that Mega, and here's the chase. Zen heard the rocket jump. A little bit of LG, and okay, Zen just gets out of there. Oh, Saigib plants him, finds the angle. Now trailing by 1, and he's got full map control. Good positioning here for Saigib to try and take this, at least tie it at 4.
I really like how he's playing this. He knows that Zanaku doesn't have the railgun yet. So instead of falling back on Mega right away, he's just gonna wait, and wow, 40! The reaction time on that. That was a millisecond after leaving the teleporter, just snapping to his opponent. Excellent shot.
Absolutely beautiful. And the tri-bolt work from Zen's pretty good. Forces out the Ghost Walk, drops down. A little bit of gauntlet just in case. Don't get close. I will cut you, says Zanaku. It's tied at 4 now. playing for this armor shard down below, is able to grab the light armor. Can he find the angle here? There's a little bit of LG. Ooh, lots of Tribolt into LG. Saigib with a great rail. A little bit more Tribolt here. Zen backs away, and he's just landing a lot of damage. It's adding up. Saigib able to grab the heavy, and now Zen in a bad way, and again gets fragged at the drive-through window. And Saigib will extend the lead, hits a rail off the spawn, and another one, and Saigib extends by 2, looking for more. There's good Tribolt damage off the spawn. Zanaku trying to stop this madness right now.
Saigib just said, how many slots are there in the best place? I'm gonna fill them all on this map alone. These rails, they are nasty for the good use of that Ghost Walk, constantly applying pressure. Oh, yeah, that's a little bit of a mistake. If he had waited just a moment longer, he would have still been in really good shape, but now he's given Zanaku everything he needs to claw his way back into this.
Oh no, there's a bad drop down, and that machine gun just tears through Nyx. LG now. Not a good position to be stuck in. Does get by, but still takes a lot of damage. Zanaku on the hunt. Dual wield is up as well, and there it is, popped to ensure the security of this heavy. 3 minutes remaining, plenty of time. Saigib on the back foot.
Now it all falls on Zanaku to chase down Nyx. She's slippery, she's fast. She's got the Ghost Walk, one of the best defensive ability in the game. But it doesn't come out fast enough, and that means that Zanaku ties it up. Gets himself the Mega to work with too. Racing over towards the heavy. And Saigib is now just looking for a way in. Plus, he doesn't have all the weapons to fight with yet either. So he's going to be very reserved until he gets his arsenal all the way fleshed out.
Saigib's still lacking LG, working with some Tribolt here, taking damage. Just peeking over that lip, and Zen is ready. There's the aggressive Ghost Walk through the tellies. Are going to line up, takes dual wield LG, and he's running on his head. What happened? We just saw a little bit of Pub Masters action. That's the wrong game. Zanaku going up by 1 now. Hits a rail as well, forcing Saigib down to 83 HP and cuts him off at the health bubble. What a read.
The horizontal rocket jump just to give him a little bit of extra speed to close that gap and get there on time. That was absolutely nuts by Zanaku. Perfect use of mobility and rockets, and there we go. Saigib will fall again, and the momentum that he built himself earlier has disappeared entirely. Falls short just before the heavy as well, and Zanaku is looking unstoppable right now.
Oh, it's just all gone horribly wrong in the blink of an eye, and this is the problem with the light champion, especially on a quick map like Deep Embrace. Now Saigib just has to keep aggressing. He doesn't have a choice. With a minute 10 on the board, he's down 5, and he's just got to try and play with what he has. 95 HP, there's the rocket jumps in, grabbing the Mega. Saigib now has rockets at least. He can maybe defend this heavy. That's a good rocket to initiate, looking for a little bit more. Zen just has to hug the ropes, and no! Okay, almost off the map. Good God, full clinch.
Yeah. Not the first time we would have seen that happen in the Quake Pro League. That's a very, very treacherous part of the map. Doesn't result in any ring outs today. Sinker go hungry, but there we go. Nice little rail. Not that it matters anymore. This has been settled. It is over and done. Maestro Zanaku convincingly taking home the 3-0. But still, you know, adding a little bit of flair to those final shots.
Yeah, I mean, Zanaku looking really strong in-game, looking really strong out-of-game. I think he could deadlift like 796 pounds or something. I don't know what weights are like in the gym, but in the Quake gym, he's looking buff as the trade comes out, but it doesn't matter. 13-7 is going to be the final score. Maybe? All right, yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
So shouts to Zanaku, 3-0 over Saigib, but Saigib putting up a good fight on the last 2 maps at least, but still cannot break the horrible cycle. His record is left stained, Flea.
I mean, that's a bit of, like, the story as far as Saigib goes, right? He gets close to securing the win, but then there's always a point where it falls apart, and very often it results in a 2-1 finish. I'm looking at the stats right now for and even though Saigib hasn't won, actually, one of those games, he has a decent amount of map wins. If you look at it, the differential really is not all that bad. So it's a shame to say the least, because Saigip, yeah, he often comes so close, and then you see 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, and you look back at these matches, and there's, yeah, he gets a 2 or 3 point lead, and there's one thing that goes wrong, right? I think one specific occasion in this last map was when he used that Ghost Walk a fraction of a second before that heavy spawns. Up until that point, he was running circles around Zanaku for a minute or so, getting a lot of momentum, getting frags, getting items, and then by just that tiniest of mistimes, he gave up control of the items, burned his ability, and ultimately allowed Zanaku to get back into it. So it's tragic to see Saigip always come so close and ultimately still fall short.
Definitely heartbreaking, and especially on Deep Embrace, you know, playing a light champ, the minute you get fragged and you get spawn railed, that's probably 90% another frag, unfortunately, because you have nothing to work with depending on where you spawn. And just as we said before, Zen with a great rocket jump to deny the health bubble, cut him off as well. He was just making all the right reads, hitting all the great shots. Big shouts to Zanaku for taking that 3-0, well deserved. And if you're a Saigip fan, you gotta wonder, like, how do I reach these kids? Because he's got to turn it around. He's got to turn it around. Otherwise, he's looking at a very arduous bracket in Romania. But that is the second set down for today. We still have 3 left, and the next one is going to be Rafa versus Chain. So don't go anywhere. We'll take a short break and be back with more Quake Pro League. 2 sets down here at week 15 of the Quake Pro League. I am 40 Lions, joined by Flea, and for the 3rd set of the day, we are going to get into Rafa versus Chain Flea. How do you feel about these 2 competitors?
This is an interesting matchup. On the one hand, you have Rafa, the GOAT, right? Number 2 in the leaderboards right now. He is breathing down Kilson's neck, just 50. And on the other hand, you have a Chain, a player who we've seen had some very high highs, right? Number 2 NA for seasons or for a stage entirely. But then on the other hand, he's had streaks of losings without securing a single map for quite some while. So this is, yeah, it's a difficult matchup for Chain in particular. It looks like we've already got the picks and bans.
Yeah, interesting enough. It looks like a clutch ban. Okay. I mean, it's Rafa, so he probably knows what he's doing. But yeah, Corrupted Keep, Awoken, and Blood Covenant Flea. If you could just run me down the champs. Let's see.
Sure. Starting it off, Corrupted Keep, we've got the Anarchy coming out versus the Strog. Strog very strong on this map because there's no railgun, makes it very difficult to take out that drone, the Peeker, right away. And on the other hand, you've got that momentum that Anarchy has got to work with. The mobility, the injection can be very useful in the right hands. And which hands are better than Rafa's? Then map 2, Awoken, we're getting the Ranger versus the Doomslayer, right? We've seen earlier on today in the hands of Dramas what that orb is capable of in terms of both damage and movement. But on the other hand, Doomslayer is one of the best picks on this map. So many areas where that double jump gives you a lot of extra mobility. And on the final map, Blood Covenant, seeing that today as well, we're gonna see a Nyx being played by Chain this time around. Usually it's Rafa who really loves the light champions on this map versus the Visor. So Visor with that piercing sight works really well on these larger maps, plus can be a good way to counter that invisibility because even when Nyx pops her ability, you can still see her.
I think my favorite thing I've ever read is that somebody in chat said Chain looks like Max Payne, and I can't unsee it. It's the greatest thing I've ever read. Anyways, as you mentioned, yes, quite the matchup we have on our hands. That is the breakdown of champions and map picks that we're going to get into. And my favorite part is the predictions, which we have severely been lacking on the chat. But Flea, how do you think this one's going to break down? Who do you think is going to take this one?
Give to Rafa. Right, I'm
you
looking.
Think so?
I think so. I think so. I'm looking back at just the history of these players, and what I can see is Rafa has won all 8 matches that they have played against each other in the Quake Pro League.
Those are flukes,
and
though.
Chain has only won 1 single map in all those matches across all the years of the Quake Pro League, and that was way back in 2019. The map was Veil of Nav, not being played this time around. So statistically speaking, you would be hard-pitched to bet against Rafa rather.
I agree. I mean, that's just sound advice on any given day. Never really bet against Rafa, but we will see. Any given Saturday here at the Quake Pro League, but Chain certainly has a lot of work to do if he wants to take down Rafa, especially in 2 maps to take the set. Maybe 1 map, as you said. He's done 1 map before throughout 8 series, but you know, two's a little different, but we have seen Rafa bleed before.
Yes.
So we'll see. I mean, he's looking pretty good lately. We did see him drop Blood Covenant 10-0 against Maxter. Whether or not you want to say it was ping or issues with LG, whatever it was, I mean, that's something that we rarely, if at all, have seen. Rafa get shut out in the Quake Pro League. We'll see. We'll see what happens. It all starts on Corrupted Keep here, Anarchy versus Strog, and it should be a good one.
Rafa has also lost 2 series this season already, right? Both against Kilson, 3-0, which I think was just a historic occasion for such a loss on Rafa's end, but then also to Dramas. And if Dramas can get that 1-up over Rafa, then, well, on a good Chain might be able to do so as well.
And as you mentioned, I mean, Kilson being $50 ahead of Rafa, that was the series. The 3-0 that he took over Rafa is literally the difference between these 2 in the leaderboards. And it's rare that you don't see Rafa at the top at the #1 spot. So shouts to Kilson. We're going to see him a little bit later today in the featured match with the Maxter. But for now, we're just waiting on the players to ready up, sort out their business before we get into this best of 3 between Rafa and Chain. And yeah, if you're a Chain fan out there, you got to hope that he's got a little something something. I feel like Rafa, his biggest crux is when he plays against people that act crazy in game, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
The ability to adapt mid-game certainly helps Rafa. We've seen him come insurmountable odds, but I feel like time and time again, when you see Rafa on the back foot, it's because his opponent is playing insane, quite literally, doing things that are unorthodox, being in places where he shouldn't be, and surprising Rafa. So we might see a little bit of craziness come out of Chain, but I mean, Rafa is Rafa. He is the GOAT, the most decorated Quake player of all time for a reason, and especially Corrupted Keep, he is very good at running those spawns, so this could be a nightmare scenario for Chain.
Taking the words right out of my mouth, therefore, the unorthodox is exactly the term that I had in mind to describe the playstyle that it takes to beat Rafa. You need to be able to make those plays that he's not expecting and that make him go bullshit, right? That make him go, you should not have been able to do that. That is ultimately the way that Rafa sometimes loses the series, when someone somehow, plays as if they're in the Matrix. And one of the best players, one of the most difficult matchups for Rafa has historically been Cypher, because Cypher is just one of those, whiz kids who can play outside of the box, who can see, they see not Quake, but they see the letters scrolling down the Matrix on their screen. And that is sometimes what it takes to beat the GOAT. So let's see if Chain can bring it today. We've seen him put up some good results in the past. We've seen him really make Rafa work for victories. So let's see if he can do it again today.
Yeah, and more importantly, we'll see how many gifable moments we'll see of Rafa today. Hopefully the cams are working and we get quite the show. Chain has entered the lobby working through some technical difficulties, so bear with us. We are going to get into the first map shortly. Appreciate your patience, chat. And Flea, fingers crossed that everything just goes well technically.
Don't jinx it.
It's been a day. We're gonna be fine.
It's been a day.
We're gonna get through this as a family. It's gonna be fine. We are gonna have Papa Wheat here shortly on the next two games. Again, the featured matches of the day, where he can kind of, get us in line and have a little bit more professionalism to this cast. Because with me, it's always a nightmare. But we'll see. We'll see. The players are looks like readying up, getting ready to jump into it. Again, Corrupted Keep. It's gonna be Anarchy versus Strog. And it should be a good one. And yeah, if you want to lock in your predictions, chat, just blurt them out in the chat. That's best we can do right now, it looks like.
I think Wheat's been trying to straighten you out basically since he joined us, 40, but unsuccessfully so.
Rebellious young teenager.
Yeah.
So he can't. He can try.
Got the big papa versus the young blood, just trying to get you to fall in line. But 40, he's too cool for that. Too cool for school.
I mean, he is the godfather of Quake.
Absolutely.
People out there want to talk some smack about Wheat, and he will tear you apart. And that's what I love about DJ Wheat. That's what I love about him. If it wasn't for him, we might not be here right now. I'm just saying, he started all of it. Anyway, it's not a history lesson. I'm old. I'm very, very old. But it's getting old waiting. We're going to get into map number 1 right now. I heard the players load in. Corrupted Keep is upon us, Flea. So we should be able to see some action. And it could be a barn burner. I don't know what that means, but people say it, so I'll say it too.
Okay, that's the first time I've heard that, but I believe you, 40, that is something that people say in the United States. I can totally buy into that.
And we say a lot of things here. Rafa versus Chain underway, map number 1, and we are starting on the Professor himself, the Sausage King, grabbing that heavy armor and booking it to the rockets, where we usually see the first fight. And are we going to see it right now? I think the players heard each other, and it's just a matter of which way they decide to guess. Rafa prioritizing all of the weapons first, dropping down for that heavy machine gun. We've seen time and time again how big the sessing is on this map and how important it is to get that chip damage at range.
Both players, very reserved openings. Sometimes on Corrupted Keep, you just see one of them go for the super shoddy and rush the other one right off the bat. Didn't happen this time around. Rafa, not wasting any time using that injection ability. He wants to get that upper hand in terms of stack right away. Drops down, shoddy comes through, clutch, Chain a decent amount of damage, but ultimately wasn't able to really connect with much.
Yeah, Rafa using that pocket mega, also stealing away all of the shards on the map. Able to double back and grab that light armor, and it looks like he's going to let the mega go for now, opting for the heavy. Again, he does have a pocket mega, so he doesn't have to play so much for the mega on this map as an Anarchy. But positioning again for the LG now and trying to figure out exactly where Chain is, maybe setting up a trap. I think he just spotted him. There's the drop down. Lots of LG into machine gun. Perfect weapon switch. Chain trying to just stay alive, taking just a disgusting amount of damage. Oh, hell.
I love how he delayed that shot as well until he was well into the room, just focusing on the air control, getting through that initial doorway and then dishing out the damage. Beautiful movement by Rafa right there, finishing up yet another frag. And indeed, as you pointed out yourself, for the Rafa prioritizing the heavy as he should, because he's got that injection, he can generate health on his own.
When you have that pocket mega, you don't have to worry about it as much. And that could prove to be absolutely fatal here for Chain, as dealing with a pocket mega and constantly losing out on heavy armor is rough. He has no heavy pickups to his name so far. Big rocket from Rafa into LG, and that's enough to tickle for the 4th frag. And this is where it's very dangerous, as off the spawn he catches him, more damage coming out, and Chain can't do anything, Flea.
Chain still has a solid chance of stabilizing before it gets out of hand, because the timing of the major items is all tied up. That means that Rafa should not, in theory, be able to just pick up both of them unless he gets a major advantage or a frag first. So Chain will be able to again get away with the mega, but he's got to be careful that this does not get out of hand, because I fear that the moment that Rafa secures both and gets a solid rotation, a route between the both going, Chain is going to be in real trouble. And that's saying something, given that he's already 6 frags behind.
Chain is just so early for the mega, he doesn't even realize, and Rafa can take his time using the buckshot to chip away at him, but the items are synced up. So again, the saving grace, as you mentioned, Rafa still doesn't technically have full map control, although looking at the scoreboard, you wouldn't know either way. There's the swap to the shotty, not quite landing the damage he needed.
Good amount of nail gun damage too. I don't think Rafa was expecting to be hurt that badly. Had to fall back, was expecting to get away with a clean frag once again, but Chain dealing good damage with that plasma. Rafa has to fall back a little bit. Delaying heavy for a moment. There we go, there's a 5-second offset between the items. This could be what Rafa has. Heavy on time, he will have cemented full control.
Oh no, and the chase down is perfect from Rafa. Again, playing off the spawns beautifully. Now he's starting to Pac-Man the light armors as well. Chain doubling back, can he make it happen in the turnaround with the shotgun? Channeling his inner Omar there, getting the buckshot off and getting his first frag, but Rafa right back in on the heavy off the spawn, does have the inject in his pocket. Using a shotgun of his own here, trying to get the damage. The LG doing good work, 31 HP. Rocket jump to get the hell out of there. Chain just wants to try and stay alive. Already trailing by 8 as we're getting closer and closer to the midway point of this fight, but he just hasn't challenged Rafa. Rafa looks way too comfortable, and he doesn't have a single mega to his name because, again, he has that pocket inject.
Yeah, and they're caught dead to right. Rocket uphill, not a position you ever want to be in. Not consistent, and look at that. Both players just caught in a dance in midair, and it's Rafa who comes out on top. Being the better weapons for that fight. Rockets to the face, kind of fumbled the shotty for 1 or 2 shots right there, but Chain unable to really capitalize off of it, and now 11 frags of a lead for the Liquid player.
Just brutal. Absolutely brutal. That last mega pickup was his first one in the game. Using that inject perfectly, saying, I don't even need to play towards that side of the map. I'll let you take it, and I'll just keep running up the spawns, controlling the heavy, not giving up a single heavy armor to Chain right now. In 5 minutes and 30 seconds, catching him up the jump pad, making it look easy, and now again can run the spawn.
Chain putting himself in a bad position right there, no way out. And this time as well. Now the items are tied up again, but 40 doesn't even matter when you're already 13 frags behind.
I don't think so. And again, using the inject, and he's able to use the speed boost to get both items. And Chain just left with nothing. The peeker play, the Hail Mary. Getting a little bit of damage. okay. Almost turns it around, but the shotgun, that rocket just zipping by the Mohawk of Anarchy. Would have been brilliant, but it still would have been a lot of work after that. But instead, Rafa just looks to keep claiming and adding to the body count here on Corrupted Keep, the first map of the series. And Chain is calling it. 6 minutes, 34 seconds in, time of death. Call it, Flea. Book it.
Yeah, the GG coming through. Chain lost the will to fight, understandably so. Even if he turns it around, even if he's given full control, I just really don't see a way for him to make up such a large deficit against Rafa playing like this.
Just more. I swear, I say this every time, every show, I don't care. Rafa gets paid per frag, right? Because he just, the way he's just like, I'm going to hit 20 every map or be upset with myself is absolutely ludicrous.
Or maybe he's worked out some deal with Liquid that they do pay him per frag. I wouldn't be surprised personally, because the man has absolutely been killing it. Super shotgun. Few people use the shoddy as effectively as Rafa does. He really has just mastered every single kit that he has in his arsenal.
Oh, man. Oh! All right. The Statue of Liberty play works and actually extends the life of Chain. But yeah, the Rafa show here on Corrupted Keep, playing it perfectly again. You could tell the strategy, right? I have Anarchy. I'm not even going to play towards the Mega until it is a perfect opportunity to steal it away.
Yep.
He just kept using the Inject as a pocket Mega and controlling the Heavy, not giving up a single one. And you could tell that Chain was suffering because of it.
I think Chain ultimately ended up putting himself too often in a bad position where he didn't have the weapons to take that fight, right? If you think back with me, 40, how many situations do you recall where Rafa had the high ground, Chain was down below, firing rockets up, hoping to connect something, whereas Rafa was just consistent with the LG or with the super shotgun from up above? I think those fights are ultimately what gave Rafa that initial 5-frag lead, and then then there's that one point where Rafa manages to offset the items, finds himself in a comfortable position where he can delay picking up the Mega, or the Heavy it was rather in this situation, and then he starts chaining both of them together, and Chain, ultimately the weakest link. And now Rafa, 25-1. Now, of course, it is a bit of an inflated scoreline since Chain has
Chain's just lulling him into a false sense of security. He's going to come back in the last 30 seconds. We've seen it before. No, this is absolutely brutal. This is multiple victory laps here for Rafa, as he is in the zone, and Chain's stepping away, just praying that he can mentally reset. We talk about it all the time. After a shellacking like this, the best thing you could do is just memory dump the brain and just say, okay, map 2 is the first map, nothing happened. Because this was just all Rafa.
I mean, this is just that scene from Rocky him in the head over just to tire himself out, right? And then the bell goes for the next round, and all of a sudden Rafa is tired. He's been dishing out, and all of a sudden Chain, it's not how hard you can get hit, how much you can be hit and still keep going, and that's exactly what Chain hopefully is going for today.
We'll see. It might happen. Yeah, I don't know. I think Rafa had the mentality of, if he dies, he dies. It looked like he died a lot. 26-1. It's going to be the final score on Corrupted Keep. Brutal, vicious, savage, wrecked, whatever the meme is. Yeah, Chain's got to bounce back. It's going to be Awoken for map number 2. It's going to be Ranger versus Doom. As we take a look at the stats breakdown, again, slightly inflated, just a little. But it happens. I mean, we've seen Rafa break players' spirits before. This was no exception.
Indeed. Nothing out of the ordinary here, right? We mentioned before we started, Chain has only secured one single map against Rafa in the entirety of the Quake Pro League, so don't think this was an unexpected outcome. Also, if we look at Chain's matches so far, yes, he's beaten both Dramis and Saige, but Rafa is simply at a different level.
I agree, but Chain did hit 100% super shotgun, so takes that accuracy into the next map, it's a completely different ballgame.
Sure is. Let's take a look. Now, map 2, this is going to be something else entirely, right? We're dealing with Ranger versus the Doomslayer. What do you think about this matchup, 40?
I'm excited to see greased up Doom Guy, especially off the spawn flying through the map. Maybe Chain has some shenanigans you could use, but I do feel the Dire Orb beats out the Berserk ever so slightly. So we will see. We will see if Chain can mentally reset and kind of get a closer game, maybe a slower paced game. It is going to be an uphill battle mentally for Chain. But, I mean, again, I feel like when you're going up against the greatest Quaker on Earth, it's kind of... the pressure should kind of be off in a way, because it's like you only have up to go. Everyone kind of expects, be it chat or, you know, the casting booth, everyone kind of always goes with Rafa. So it's like, okay, nobody expects me to really make waves, so let me make waves. That's why it was so impressive when Maxter came on the scene, took down Rafa. That's why it's so impressive when Zen did it. Kilson 3-0, blew our minds. Maxter taking it 10-0 over Rafa. Those things are huge because the player you're going against is literally one of the best of all time, and you put on a performance like that. So I just feel like mental reset, fresh game, first map didn't happen, and just come out swinging. You got nothing to lose.
And there were a few really good plays by Chain, right? Where he was being unpredictable, where he was playing in an unorthodox manner. I think the main one was when Rafa was chasing him out of the red room towards the heavy, and all of a sudden Chain just turns around, stops dead in his tracks, charges right back in with the super shotty out, and got himself the frag. But that was a previous map. Now we are on to map number 2. This is Awoken. We've got Ranger versus Doom.
We are live indeed. Oh, he hears the LG. There's the rocket jump up to cut off. Chain actually getting some good free damage there. Rafa just looking for the rockets, but getting caught out, just taking a little bit of chip. A little chippy. Ooh, and he's gonna get floated. There's the Dire Orb to get away, but Chain doing a good job of keeping the pressure on, but the lightning gun's too strong. The stack, the mega, saving Rafa on that one.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is one of those key ways in which that Dire Orb is so versatile, right? You can be aggressive, you can be defensive, you can get out of sticky situations, and Rafa did that to perfection.
Beautiful double jump over that rocket, and this should be Chain, 16 HP, pushing Rafa down into the heavy pit. This should be a good, clean Omega here, as Rafa dancing around those rockets, trying to find the rail to do some damage after that pickup, but big opportunity here for Chain. There it is, the shotgun up close, though! Almost! Rafa turns that around, Chain able to tie it at 1, but he's so incredibly weak, Flea.
And he's got the heavy to his name, but the way that it works in Quake is that it does some of the damage you would take to your health, so Chain still weak, has to focus on getting some of those orbs to put himself. Oh, nice rail there. And Rafa makes a push for it. Falls just short before the mega.
Oh, beautiful double jumps. I don't even know what that rail was. But it connects, and Rafa down to 50 HP, fighting for his life. He's going to concede the heavy and the rocket jump up to get out of the target range of Chain with that rail. Very smart from Rafa there, extending his life. But Chain extending the lead. Has the lead by 1, looking to capitalize here. Really nice rocket from Rafa. There's the push, there's the LG. Isn't going to be enough. Can Chain back up onto the mega? He does, and it saves his life. Really good awareness there from Chain. Ooh, okay. He's starting to string them together, chain them together, if you will, Flea. Oh, big! There's the steal, but that should be another frag, and it is.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Different Chain.
This is looking good. Even gets himself the small armor to work with. Now Mega up in 5 seconds. Chain has the better position. Rafa doesn't even have all the weapons to fight with yet, so nice rail as well, perfect angle. And another one, Chain. Good read as well. This is exactly what he needs to be doing. If he can now stop Rafa from picking up the railgun again, but just play like this, another frag to add to the lineup. This is so good for the Canadian.
3 minutes in, 6 frag lead, a different world right now. Rafa tiptoeing to that armor shard, dancing around the rails, Chain trying to grab some damage. There's a fantastic rail, forcing him off the mega. Can he make it in time? And he does. There's the Dire Orb back. What a play from Rafa, but it could cost him his life, and it does, but the steal could be huge for this next heavy, Flea.
I mean, this is an investment for Rafa, pushing himself on Chain even after picking it up. So This was just a strategic play, Rafa.
Big rocket from above. Chain playing this to perfection right now. Also, it doesn't hurt that he's hitting 75% rail. Rafa with a rail of his own. That may have just won him the Mega, and it does. Chain willing to concede that early as he doesn't have rockets. Now he's stuck in a sticky situation in the banana. A lot of potassium to be had here as he has to chill. LG on LG as Rafa smells blood. There's a rail on the way out, but the Dire Orb is going to melt him down. Just a matter of time at that point. It was just max damage, and the spawn gives him the heavy. So all in all, not too terrible for Chain.
Still has a 6 frag lead. Nice little buffer as well. It always feels like you're behind.
Nothing is ever certain against Rafa, that is for sure. We have seen him pull off some of the biggest upsets in the Quake Pro League. Most notably, I feel like, Wenger on Molten Falls.
Yep.
That game was absolutely incredible. Good rails exchange there. Chain luckily has 225s to work with as he makes his way to the Mega, but it's not going to spawn for another 12 seconds. So now he's just caught out. There's the rocket jump from Rafa. The Dire Orb from above takes a lot of rocket damage, but absolutely catches Chain off guard.
Slowly, Rafa creeping back into this. 7 frag deficit has been turned into a 5-kill one. And there's still half a map to play. Now, Chain is still comfortably in the lead, but I think that he knows just as well as we do that it can go south at any moment. So he has to continue applying pressure. He cannot give away everything to Rafa and switch full defensive this early on in the map.
Absolutely not. Chain has to keep his presence known across the map on the majors. Must deny the lights, and there's one denied right there. As the Mega goes to Rafa, luckily for Chain. Good footwork to make him miss the rail, and oh, big defensive rocket as well.
Nice. Shots being exchanged. Another shot just before the heavy spawned.
Ooh, and the read. Rafa knowing exactly where Chain wants to go, and Chain takes out Chain. As the lead is cut down to 4.
Let's see, how is Chain going to hang on to his lead? Heavy. Looks like it will be going towards Rafa. Oh, that's a decent amount of tribal damage as well. I like what Chain's doing. Still applying pressure, still doing good damage.
Does take a rail, dishes out one indeed, but now it's getting to the point where he's doing the damage before the majors, and he's got to be very careful. There's the Dire Orb to close the gap. The shotgun doesn't actually land the way that Rafa wants. Does get the follow-up rail, luckily for him, but very dicey there, Flea.
Sure is. 3 frags, 3 minutes, more than enough time. But it's actually Chain who's got the better positioning on the Mega. Oh no, that drop down! That's bad news for the...
Oh!
Chain, what? Oh, what a nasty play! Rocket jump, hugging the edge, and look, that is the reaction that we were talking about. That is what you want to make Rafa do in order to get the win. Beautiful LG as well.
Oh my god, and the rocket is good. Off the spawn, gets another one. And Chain, with those 2 frags, has he done it? There's another play. Rafa trying to make it happen, but Chain takes both of them out with his rocket and says no. The spawn, however, goes to Rafa. He's able to claim the Mega. Has enough weaponry to work with to try and get in on this heavy. Wow, these rockets are just incredible from Chain. Good defensive rockets coming out, and we may see this full turtle mode coming as we have 2:10 left on the board. 6 frag lead. There's a good tickle, and Chain doing exactly what you said. Not going full defensive, not going full passive, but instead defensive enough to do damage on the items, keep the chip damage up, and not make things easy for Rafa. And that's exactly what he has to do for at least another 2 minutes to try and steal this map away, Flea. We could have a series on our hands.
Absolutely. I don't think a lot of people were expecting that after the first map, at least how it ended, but, you know, Chain, it took him a few minutes to regain his composure, focus on map 2, and it's really paying off for him. He's gonna give up heavy. Oh, he probably heard that rocket jump, knows exactly what Rafa's going for. Nice defensive rockets, you pointed it out yourself. The Canadian is landing some nasty shots today. And using that double jump very effectively to maneuver around the map and steer clear of Rafa. And now this is becoming dire. 80 seconds for 6 frag. I know this is Rafa that we're talking about, but still.
Have we seen a single Berserk? We have not seen Greased Up Doom Guy come out at all, I don't think.
I don't.
Dire close the gap. There it is! Right on cue, and the shotgun puts an end to that. Do not bring fists to a shotgun fight. Ill-advised.
I mean, it's a tricky thing in the matchup, right? Because Chain is using that ability of his so little, that means that he's leaving up every single hourglass for Rafa. And that makes for a lot of orbs, very effective orbs that we've seen too. Now Rafa is pretty close to dying right there, but has some resources as well as the Mega to work with. All Chain has to do is keep his distance, run down the clock. Rafa kind of botching the rocket jump right there, buying Chain quite a bit of time.
Oh my god, the defensive rockets are so good, and the trade comes out, and surely that seals it with 20 seconds.
That should be it. Chain. First time, I believe, since 2019 that he's taken a map of Rafa in the Quake Pro League. And it may even turn into a series. We've got a battle on our hands.
He really poutine the work, as you saw there. 7-11. Shouts to my dad. Big shouts to Chain for taking a map off of Rafa, making this a series, and potentially Chain in position to take down Rafa. Wow.
That would be an upset, right? For Rafa to lose first to Dramis earlier on in the season, then to Kilson, and now maybe Chain as well. But let's see. We've seen more players than just those come close to taking down Rafa. But let's see what happens next. There's still one more map to go, and I think that the odds are still heavily in favor of Rafa.
It's any given Saturday. Like I said, we say that a lot, but this is exactly why we say that. I'm sure everyone in chat had it a lock 3-0 for Rafa, but Chain coming up big, taking away Awoken, but can he put it together on Blood Covenant? I'm not sure if I'd say that this is Rafa's best map, certainly one of his stronger maps, but as you mentioned, Chain is actually going to be on the Nyx, Rafa on the Visor. He's no stranger to Visor, but this makes for an interesting map, and more so an interesting set decider between these two players, Flea.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a matchup that I feel was very common, right, in some of the earlier iterations of Quake Champions, when the meta was very different. In a way, that Piercing Sight is a hard counter to Nyx, but that's really fallen off since.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's going to be very interesting to see, because now Chain has this momentum, I feel like.
Yeah.
The confidence is there. I just beat Rafa on Awoken. Pretty big deal, I would say. And let's see if he can use that to his advantage. I mean, the rail was absolutely on fire. Let's see if he can keep that up as well. Still has the mobility, similar to Doom, not exactly the same, but can traverse the map pretty quickly. And we'll see. If Chain takes down Rafa 2-1, I feel like chat might explode.
If only there were predictions right now. Imagine the channel points that could have been won or lost in that previous map for the. It would be madness.
It would be madness, but that's why we take it away. I don't take it away. I don't know. Don't blame me, Chad. I mean, you can. You could blame it all on me. It's fine. Final map. It all comes down to this. Yeah, 40. People always blame you. You're such a nice guy. I know. Why is that? It's fine. I got a face to blame and a punch. I don't know. But map number 3, Blood Covenant between Rafa and Chain. We're going to get into it right now. And we're going to settle this. Can Chain break the curse? He's already taken a map first in 2 years against Rafa, as you mentioned. We're going to start off on Rafa. He's got that visor. He's got the vision. Now, we have seen this map go disastrously wrong for Rafa not too long ago when he was playing against Maxter, right? It was really a masterclass by Maxter on how to come out on top in Blood Covenant, so let's see. You gotta wonder if that's in the back of Rafa's mind. I got shut out last time I played this map in the Quake Pro League. Is it gonna happen again? I have a feeling Rafa will not allow that. Both players landing their rails and then retiring to their respective items, so the items will still be in sync. Rafa doing a good job of prioritizing those vials. The vials may be the key here between these two champs, Flea. The Ghost Walk, very important. The vision to counteract. Potential for aggressive plays on both ends. And oh, Chain right behind Rafa. Did they grab a glimpse of each other? It looked like he did. He's just waiting for the perfect opening. Oh, flubs it. Just barely missing out. And Rafa's like, wait a minute. What in the world? What a rocket from Chain, though. Ooh. Just missing out on a rail. Big opportunity here. Chain has to try and land some damage. And the Tri-Bolt flying over, sailing over Nyx's head. Still has the Ghost Walk in his pocket. But a little peculiar on the positioning now as he's given up the Mega. He's going to have to opt to go lower and try and work off this light armor here. And now the vision's popped. Chain trying to hold on to the Ghost Walk, weather the storm, if you will. And another heavy for Rafa. That's a full stacked visor. And welcome back to the 40 Lions show here. So still tied at 0. Looking for a good opening rail. Able to connect, but again, this damage is right before the Mega, so not the biggest deal. Rafa will take those all day. And the more damage that Chain does like that, the more items that Rafa can fall back on and deny. And there's a big LG ambush there as Chain mistimes the jump pad, has to use the Ghost Walk, and now he's just trying to get some damage. Gets bullied off the bridge with the Tri-Bolt, does hit a rail. Now he's just got to get the hell out of there. There's one big rail here, and there's the rocket jump, and oh my god, Rafa still almost hit that shot. Chain's still extremely weak and railable. And Rafa just makes it look easy, gets the drop on him, absolutely electrifying, puts up his first frag. There will be no shutout this time, Chad. 1-0 in favor of Rafa as Chain does have the rail, makes his great escape. Does a good job of doubling back to get some damage before the heavy pickup. More importantly, we'll have the Ghost Walk. 2 seconds. Gets another rail. I like the reposition. Doing a good job of repositioning and getting damage. Maybe even a third rail here. Ooh, that rocket was almost gorgeous. And Rafa able to string together 2 before the Mega pickup. Rail spawn for Chain. Hits 2 of his own, and oh, the combo hit him with the 2-piece. Rafa's like, you're not going to hit 3 on me. I refuse. You are not allowed. Ghost Walk right in the nick of time there, especially after the connection with a rail of his own. Chain looking to try and capitalize on this. Unfortunately missing with the second one, and there's the vision. Now Rafa has all the knowledge and information he needs and hits a great drive-by. Chain with a good defensive rail, but he's so weak that's going to send him packing, and Rafa knows. Smells blood, almost gets it, but more importantly just denies armor shards. Makes his way back to the heavy, doing a great job of applying pressure, but keeping items at the forefront of his game here. 3-0 lead for Rafa as well. And yes, you are tuned into 40 Lions Radio, unfortunately, so go ahead and mute the stream, I don't care. Decent rocket there from Rafa as he's trying to ward off Chain from getting those rockets, but does have rockets in his pocket. The problem is Chain needs some items. Gonna make his way onto the Mega, but he has to pop the Ghost Walk, taking big damage, and that rocket almost chased him. But Rafa will chase him instead, and the LG takes him down again. 4-0 halfway through this one. It's looking pretty bleak right now for Chain. 2 heavies, 1 Mega. Rough. Item control. All Rafa. And as Flea is dealing with denial of service, Chain is dealing with denial of items. Just cannot find a way into this one. There's an easy rail and stuck on the jump pad. Has to pop the Ghost Walk just to survive. And that is what Chain is dealing with. Popping the ability just to stay alive. Not even to grab items, not even to finish a kill, just to stay alive. And he turns the corner into a whole boatload of machine gun. access again. Good try bolt. Can it be a mad dash for Heavy as Chain makes his way over? Spots it. Rafa's right there to deny it. Rails from both players. Chain has to make magic happen. And there is the Ghost Walk again, and he has to just run. Turn, tail, and run. Use those big old Nyx feet and get away. Does get the Mega. Misses out with the rail. I love that wall jump to get one last chance, but it puts him in a terrible position as Rafa was ready for it. Hits the rail of his own, 20 HP, and Chain just has to do the dance. And he's trying so hard to just stay alive that there's no way that he could really get back into this unless he strings together another one. But Rafa with a good switch to machine gun, knowing that Chain is low, peppering him down to 6 for his 6th frag. And I think after last week, Rafa might want to put up a 10-0 of his own. Good LG as Chain hits a rail. Hesitant to pick up the Mega. Wisely waits as the Tri-Bolt lobbed from down below. Surely would have done him in. Fantastic rail from Chain, looking for another. Doesn't have LG to work with. Has to make rockets work. Potentially. Swap back to rail here is 50 HP. But at this point, he doesn't have much of a choice. Less than 3 minutes, down 6. You got to start making plays on these items. There's the vision pop for a little bit of insurance, and Rafa is able to claim that one as Chain has to concede. Oh, wow. There's a rail. There's another rail attempt as Chain, 2 minutes left. And at this point, he's just playing to hug the ropes. He's not really doing anything to try and get him back in the game. And Rafa's not allowing it, more importantly, as he's just hitting all the rails, trapping him at the Mega. Drops down, and there's another frag. And 7 frags in less than 2 minutes. I have seen some crazy things, chat, but I'm not sure that this is going to be one of them. A comeback would be absolutely insane. It would take all 10 spots on the highlight reel as the nails pushing Chain away. Doesn't even look like he could buy a rail anymore. Shooting 45%, Rafa hitting 56% rail. But that really wasn't the tale of this game. Item control in Rafa's favor, 13 heavies, 10 megas, 2 heavies, and 5 megas for Chain. And this was just a, oh, why do you have to do him like that? Why? There's people watching. Chain has a family. I'm going to be honest, I have no idea what's going on with the comm, so it's fine. As Rafa hits another fadeaway, putting up 10-0. And this is what happens. This is like the Jordan comeback game. You may beat Jordan once, but he's going to come back and he's going to make you pay. So Maxter is to blame for this.
Like I've walked into quite a one-sided game.
Yeah, Flea.
Yeah.
You didn't miss much.
No.
It was kind of grotesque, to be honest. It might be uploaded to some sort of hub, I don't know, but 12-0 is going to be the stamp at the end of this one. Rafa taking it over Chain. Chain making it interesting with map number 2, but map number 3 was just the comeback game for Rafa. After what Maxter did to him, he's passing the pain over. Chain, unfortunately, on the receiving end. Welcome back, Flea. It's good to have you. I missed you. And chat hates me, so please help.
They
help me help you.
Just giving the people what they want. 10 minutes of uninterrupted 4D lines.
Oh my God, that's someone's nightmare out there.
Yeah, no, that was just one side that I watched it the best that I could. 61% railgun accuracy on someone as small and slippery as Nyx. That's, of course, key to Rafa's victory here. And he just played a very patient game. You could see it from the very start when he was already sitting on that railgun, denying it from Chain, not giving him that key tool that he needed to make this a competitive matchup. So Rafa went into this with a plan, slow play it, be defensive, force out that Ghost Walk, and then just chase down the Nyx with that piercing sight so you can always pick up on their location.
Yeah, just brutal. I mean, that is Rafa at its finest, right? Using Visor. Yep. I mean, name a better combination to player to champ. I mean, Kilson and Nyx, absolutely top tier. I would say Rafa Visor, top tier. And it was a masterclass on a Blood Covenant. Unfortunately, Chain just couldn't even get into the game. As Ketchup would say, he didn't even get to play the game. 12-0. Rafa takes the set 2-1. Again, big shouts to Chain for a fantastic showing on map number 2. But in the end, Rafa takes the series, and that's why he's so good. He's able to bounce back from those map losses. He's able to adapt mid-game as well and really take control. And yeah, I mean, again, we keep harping on this. 3 weeks until, you know, the end of regulation, and then we have a little break, and then the LAN in Romania. So Rafa trying to fire on all cylinders. I'm sure that map loss is going to haunt him a little bit because he's a perfectionist, but still a great showing.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rafa, I mean, he's guaranteed to have a good spot, but he doesn't just want a good spot. He wants the best spot. He wants the #1 seed, and he's really contending with Kilson over that spot. So every single win is still really important for him.
Every single win matters, and it's money in your pocket. And speaking of money, we're going to get into a lot of money matches here. 2 featured matches left. We're going to get DJ Weed in here to kind of professional, you know, sweep up things and make it cleaner because I'm a mess right now. Flea, I don't blame you for anything. Blame me. But we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Surprise! We're back with week 15 of the Quake Pro League. I'm 40 Lines, joined by the legendary DJ Wheat.
What up?
Flea had to be dealt with. He was a liability, Wheat, so welcome on board.
I mean, which is surprising considering that I'd think you would have gotten the boot a while ago. But no. In all seriousness, you know, technical issues aside, I actually couldn't get back soon enough to try to hop on and throw out the life preserver 40, so I apologize. But Flea, good luck with that ISP, man. Give him hell. Let him know you're mad, you're upset, and we'll make sure that this Quake gets taken care of.
Yeah, we will handle it. We got a big one coming up for the first featured match of today. It's going to be Wenger versus Avec. It's been a little bit since we've seen Avec, and very much looking forward to it. Wenger, of course, the reigning champion of Quake Pro League. And again, both players just trying to get in form, in shape before the LAN event in Romania in August. So it should be pretty fantastic, Weed. I mean, in terms of these competitors, how do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I feel great about this match. There's so much. I mean, week 15, right? We've talked about it. Back in week 2, we're like, what's the big deal? Lose a couple games. You got so many weeks. No, it's not like that anymore. Every single match, every single game series is so very important. Even more so because what you said, Wenger coming off of the last championship as the winner is struggling a little bit, but also like blowing us away in a couple of weeks. And he's now sitting at the number 6 spot versus Avec, very comfortably, very consistent throughout the season, sitting in number 3 spot. So this one series will absolutely have implications on where these two players are sitting as we go into the championship weekend. So Wenger and Avec are both incredible players. I mean, I don't know how this isn't awesome, 40.
It's very awesome, and it's one of those stories, again, where it's the young blood versus the old legend. I mean, we kind of all watched Avec grow up with this game across multiple titles and just become the absolute legend he is. And then Wenger, we've seen him grow up in front of our very eyes in the Quake Pro League, all the way from becoming, a new blood competitor to taking down just absolute titans and then raising the belt. So this is going to be a fantastic test for both players, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why this match is also not only great, but as we head into, the championship weekend with other qualifiers that come from that legendary era of Quake also being in the mix, we're in really exciting times. Like we talked about this particular storyline a lot in the initial launch of QPL and the initial Quake Champions LAN events. But now we're here, 40, and it is awesome, right? Like the new blood is 1,000% saying, you built this house, but we're renovating. Let's go.
Yeah. For sure. We're going to decorate the walls, put up my titles around here, my trophies. Why not? I think we could take a look at the pick bands here. I'm not sure. Yep, there we go. Corrupted Keep is going to start us off, then Ruins of Sarnath, and then we're going to finish it off on Blood Covenant. Looks like Corrupted Keep is going to give us Strog versus Ranger. Then we have a Visor versus Galena, and then we're going to end it off with a quick match, Slash versus Nyx. Wheat, how do you feel about this lineup?
I mean, loving the game 3. That will certainly be a treat. Like, will it go 3? Yes, we're going to see all 3 matches regardless. Is that going to be a decider? That'd be pretty great. And based off of what I see, I'd still tend to like the Galena on Ruins more than I like the Visor. And I've been critical of Visor. I don't know that Visor brings as much to the table as other champions in this particular map, but I've been wrong so many times because Wenger also will rely on his raw skills to do it. So, there's a toss-up for me, too, as I look through here, as I kind of want that third map to be a decider. I would kind of give Avec Ruins, and I just love Wenger's style on Corrupted Keep, so I kind of want to give him his map pick too. So that's kind of how I see it overall outside of map 2, and just not particularly loving the Visor pick, but the scale was banned too. So what are you gonna do?
I'm sure that made you happy. That's the best part of this whole line.
We're gonna get to see both of these scenarios today, right? With the Visor versus the Galena and the Visor versus the scale. So it'll be interesting and across those 2 matches.
We will see. So prediction-wise, who do you side with on this one?
I I did get a chance to, watch some streams this week as I was working. So I'm gonna, God, I'm gonna go with Wenger. I do think that he's been looking really good, been showing a little bit more of his flavor. I mean, Avic's consistency is so great, and I feel like I'll know within the first 5 minutes if I made a terrible mistake or not. I'm gonna go Wenger 2-1 on this one, even though my head says I think Avic can squeak this one out.
It's tough. It's definitely tough. I think just to balance out the desk, I'll go Avic 2-1. But I know that even if there's a discrepancy with a champ pick, Wenger just has the mechanics to pull something out of the hat and just equalize and take advantage. So he's got that wow factor. I feel like Avic has more of an ABC game. Again, that comparison that he made to boxing will never leave my mind.
Yep.
He knows kind of when to take the hits, when to conserve energy, and then just come out with the haymaker. So I feel like Avic can take this one 2-1 with his experience, but it's not going to be easy. Wenger is a hard-hitting young gun, and he wants to take this one for sure. But you got to keep the desk a little even, Weed. So
yeah, I totally understand. And going to the boxing analogy, like what Avic said that week was so great. And the one additional element that he didn't necessarily talk about is that every boxer has their own kind of style too. So, right, even though knowing I'm playing defense, I'm playing offense, I'm going in for it, you could also go up against an opponent like Wenger, who's just like, yep, I'm just going to throw a crazy flurry of punches at you and you're not going to realize. Then I'm going to back off for a second. Then I'm going to do it again, right? A little bit more unpredictable. But that's when Wenger is super comfortable, I think really confident. So again, we're going to probably know here in the first 5 minutes how these matches can kind of shake out, because you just never know how a player's feeling that day. But I hope both players are feeling awesome and we just get a killer matchup here.
Definitely looking forward to this one. I heard the players jump in the server, so chat, start spamming your emotes aggressively for either player. Wenger versus Avic is going to be live on map number 1 right now here, week 15 of the Quake Pro League. We're starting off on Wenger.
Yeah, they're both going to spawn on the same side, and Wenger, I think, saw his opponent briefly, so he's going to head over to the heavy. Now, he didn't grab it. He's going to bait it out here, but oh my gosh, he almost loses it. I just saw his opponent from the corner of my eye. Wenger knows what he's doing, though. He grabs that and delays it just a little bit, which will make this first fight really fantastic for him.
Ooh, Avic needs to get out of there. He's in the danger zone, and Wenger has the perfect weapon to try and do some damage from there. Big rocket as well. The follow-up doesn't hit. The Dire Orb to counteract the Peeker. And Avic doing well to kind of mitigate Wenger's presence and aggressiveness here. LG from down below making sure it doesn't drop, but a little bit of fade-away tri-bolt from Wenger to keep the damage up.
Wow. I mean, honestly, that LG from Wenger, it was so telling. All right, from Avic. It was so telling because, first off, great weapon choice. But second of all, Wenger did not jump there. He is respecting the fact that Avic can whip out a ridiculously highly accurate LG. And so we're going to have a fight here over at the Mega. Now, that allowed Avic to grab that heavy. It's likely going to be regained here by Wenger. Maybe not. Wow, sneaking in, and the Dire Orb up to the top, rocket to the face. Both players pretty weak, but Wenger doing a ton of damage, not getting the frag. Avic pretty much losing his stack.
Now he has to be careful there as the LG will land. Avic trying to pepper in with machine gun on the way out. But yeah, Wenger kind of gives up the item in favor of the damage, and it works out as Avic is on the back foot now, and Wenger has positioning on the heavy. So really, really smart trade. And let's be very clear here. I know I mentioned that Wenger has amazing mechanics. Avic does too. Avic can absolutely pull things out of the hat. I just think Wenger does some flashier, insane plays more often than Avic, but Avic, no slouch at all. I mean, an absolute legend, a titan in the game, but Wenger firmly in control with the stack now, has the positioning on the Mega, and Avic just using that experience to play really slow, figure out where Wenger is, and not give anything up easy.
I mean, this has been a crazy game so far. 2 minutes in, 0-0. You'd expect a really high fragging game, kind of like what you saw early on, but no. A lot of respect between these two players. Also noting what is important for results here leading into the championship. So more tri-bolt coming out. It's been pretty effective for both players so far. They're getting ready for Mega. Now, Wenger's going to he's going to kind of rotate around and grab that Mega. Is he going to be able to make it over to the Heavy? He does. So that one decision earlier on, 40, he gives up the power-ups, regains it when he needs to, but now he has got full control of both major items, and we are 3 minutes into this match.
And just such a good chess match right now. Avik being very respectful, but also Wenger having the stack, not just dropping down to take a fight, because again, he knows Avik has amazing mechanics. So both players extremely respectful right now, just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike.
The delay by Wenger earlier in this matchup is really kind of playing out quite well for him right now. As he's going to grab another cycle of our major items. I cannot believe we haven't had a frag yet here on Corrupted Heat, but again, really interesting game. Ooh, eating a full load of Tri-Bolt right there. As Avik is going to make his way up now, try to see if he can press this advantage at all. He knows that he did some decent damage to his stack. The Dire Orb does come out. It's going to allow Avik to grab that Mega, but he's going to have to be careful here, 40. He's right below him. He's going down for it. Rocket does hit. Nice rocket in. He does have to give up the Heavy, though, but both players survive.
What I love about that Dire Orb at the Mega was he purposefully stuck it on the ledge so Wenger couldn't even peek over to do damage on the Mega. And that's just so smart from Avik. He had no intention of taking that Dire Orb, but he does take the damage from the Peeker and the rocket right in his pocket. That's going to open it up, Wheat. And the Dire Orb retaliation. What is going on?
A beautiful reset here, but it's going to be Avik who's going to try to press the advantage here. Some great shotgun blast coming out by Wenger, and he is going to be able to get that frag 2-1 now. As we had the trade early on, but LG grabbed by Avik. That's a weapon he wants right now. Wenger responding with his own LG and getting most of the damage in, just waiting for that Mega to pop up. Avik's going to be back up, and he's going to have to choose whether or not he's going to attack here. Decides to grab that light, and Wenger will camp on top of that Mega to grab it. Now it's going to be a fight over this Heavy. Wenger in a great position, putting himself between Avik and the Heavy. He's going to sit now on top of it. And what a reset, 40. Very quick. And you saw sort of the smell of blood that took place the moment that Wenger got that sweet, sweet peeker damage and then finished it off with that rocket. He immediately went in for that next frag, but we're still only one frag between these two.
More peeker damage, 37 on that one. The LG push, and Avik again with the Dire Orb just misdirects and grabs the Mega and gets the hell out of there. Wenger makes a mad dash for the Heavy to try and keep this item control on lock. A lot of LG, but he gets pushed off the last second with a shotgun frag. Wow.
I mean, that's twice, 40. That's 2 frags in that exact same scenario where I think Avik is just like, well, I kind of have to make a move for it. And most of Avik's deaths have been around these major item fights. So, you know, Wenger, in my opinion, has just been setting it up, right? He has been using the major items as the focal points for setting up traps versus Avik. And we're seeing it now really, really come to fruition here. 4-1 with 4 minutes left to go. There's still plenty of time here, but Avik has to be careful about which of these fights that he is deciding to take. Because every single one has been a result of Wenger just playing really, really 5-head at the major items.
So much damage at the Peeker to close it as Wenger. The Rockets are just out of this world, Wheat.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, like, look at what Peeker has done. Yeah, we had that really sick trade Dire Orb early on, 40. But Peeker's been a huge, huge asset to Wenger here in this matchup. 5-1 now. That 4-frag lead's starting to probably feel pretty comfortable. Can't really let up too much quite yet. And Avik is going to be able to grab another Mega. And he does give a few more seconds onto that right now. But he hasn't been able to really grab too many of these Heavies. Wenger's got 9 to Avik's 4. And then Avik's just been trying to gobble up all those lights.
Yeah, that missed Dire Orb right there. He wanted to get up close and personal, but the Peeker comes out again. A little bit of damage this time, but dealt with nicely. But that rocket pop was huge. Sends Avik to the heavens. And Wenger's rockets are just, I mean, they always are, but they're just so ridiculous. And LG on LG, and Avik gets the best of them and wins the Mega. Hard-earned.
Yeah, Avik relying on his LG is probably something he's going to need to do in order to win this series. And going all the way back to that first a set of frags where Avic kind of used his LG as defense because Wenger knows that as well. Avic's going to pick up another one with the LG as he's waiting for that heavy. And this is pretty big moment here in this matchup. Wenger needs to hold on, and Avic only needs 2 to bring it back. Now, he's got 2 minutes in order to do that, but he's got a full cycle of major items. This is his time to strike.
Yeah, big opportunity here for Avic here. A little bit of a tickle, and he also Pac-Mans the light armor, at least one of them here. So this is really, really big. Less than 2 minutes. Wenger trying to hold ground on this heavy. Is Avic going to push in 10 seconds until the Dire Orb, so he doesn't really have that for insurance. It's going to be LG on LG, and Wenger, how? How do you do that much? What a bead from Wenger to take down Avic from that position.
Maybe Avic was a little too thirsty there. He tries to go in for that big damage there, but unfortunately the burst isn't going to work out for him. It's 7-3 as Wenger is going to be able to hold on to this one. I think it's going to be pretty tough at this point. Avic did need to go for it, right? It wasn't the match wasn't going to be to him. He was going to have to make a move for it, but it just didn't work out for it. You know, Wenger just too much on it. I don't know how he hit all that LG. On one hand, I think Avic unfortunately exposed himself there. Avic is going to pick up another one. Can he get 3 in 1 minute?
There's always time. There's the Dire Orb, and Wenger's already getting the hell out of there, but he's going to get caught right here. Can he do some magic with the shotgun? There's the rocket. Just needs a little bit more machine gun. The peeker comes out, and that's not the play. So 2 frags with 45 seconds. This is very possible on Corrupted Keep, especially if he gets this frag right now. And Avic almost does. He does
That's
it.
Huge.
He's so weak.
That is huge. Avic is very low, but he's going to pick up that heavy. Wenger knows he's low, going to try to just do some long-range damage here. 30 seconds left on the clock. Can Avic claw his way back? Mega is up, and Avic saw it. He's going to drop on top of it, grabs that. He does have plenty of time to make it over that heavy. He knows that Wenger doesn't have much of a stack, so this would be a good opportunity. If he grabs that heavy, he's really going to know. Oh, unfortunately, he misses the rocket jump. His head just unfortunately hits the top of there. He's going to Dire Orb fake, heading over to the heavy, but his opponent gets there first, and that is not going to happen for Avic. What a hold on for Wenger. Is unfortunate. He had to do what he could do. The Dire Orb at the last moment didn't work out.
Real close. Just some movement flubs near the end there. The pressure's on. I mean, everyone is kind of looking at you. It is tough to maintain that really smooth movement, but very close. And Avic, again, showing that he doesn't lay down and, you know, die. He takes the fights. He's always in the game no matter what the frag deficit may be, but that's going to be the final score, 7-6. Wenger takes map number 1, but it was a close one.
I wonder if that rocket jump would have hit, if that would have had any effect, right? He kind of lost 15 seconds, 20 seconds there, even though he did bring that back. Man,
yeah,
hard to imagine in some alternate universe. 40 is the timeline split right there, and Avic hits the rocket jump. We're still casting sudden death, but it's over here in this universe, and Wenger takes the first game 7-6. But both players looking great. Definitely the kind of game that I want to see against 2 players of this caliber.
Absolutely, and I love the start. Very cool, calm, and collected. A game of chess until about the 4th minute where it kind of exploded. Both players getting their opening frags as well, the retaliation from the Dire Orb from Avic, the peeker play first from Wenger, and then it kind of snowballed out of there. A little bit of a defensive play after that, but just a really solid first map, especially as spectators. I mean, that's what you love to see. Going into map number 2, we're going to get into Ruins. It's going to be that Visor versus Galena that you talked about, and it should be interesting. I wonder if it's going to be just as slow. I mean, Ruins is a little bit bigger, and we did see little glimpses of like potential aggression, but the tribal kind of actually really was a big deal for both players on Corrupted Keep there.
I mean, I do think that this map is generally going to be a bit more slow. I think we might see some rail wars. That would make the most sense to me. Obviously, Avic's going to prioritize his totems, and Wenger's going to prioritize ways to pop his vision and try to put himself in an advantageous position. Whether or not that's going to result in fast-paced play, I think is all going to rely on how these 2 rails are feeling today. You know, we've seen Rail God tier on Ruins, right? Controlling that middle upper level, just doing things. It's just like, what? How did they hit these perfect pixel perfect angles? So is that possible? Absolutely. But it's hard to say. I feel we're gonna have a little bit slower game though. Maybe more akin to what we saw in the first 3 minutes of that last game.
Hey, if it ends up like the last game, that's fine. They can have
okay.
as slow a start as they want. Yeah, that was some good Quake right there that we saw. Again, unfortunately, the movement errors near the end there, like you said, we still could be casting sudden death, but Avik just couldn't clip the corner. He had the dire orb too, so if he would have made that jump, he could have closed the gap at the dire orb, but that's all in the past now. No one cares. It's all about map number 2, and it's going to be Ruins. Wenger working on a 2-0.
He is, and of course, Avik wants to take it to that third decider, which is a Slash versus Nyx on Blood, and I think that would be a treat. It's going to be great either way, but to have the match be on the line, the series be on the line, that's where it gets real juicy. So we'll have to see. Wenger, of course, against this Galena, going to have to prioritize taking those totems down. It's already going to be hard enough doing damage to Galena. Having the overstack just makes things worse, especially if you're in some rail wars. You get a get out of jail free card. So, well, let's see how these two kick it off as we start game 2.
Map 2 underway, and we're going to start off on Wenger, and he's going to start off on the heavy. Avik already has rail and LG. Just giving up the angle, though. Wants to make his way over to the Mega, so 10-second split right off the bat, assuming that opens up the game for Avik to try and play towards this next heavy. Wenger popping the vision, trying to make sure that he's safe for the time being while he's still trying to collect all his weapons.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he thinks about his weapon selection right here, right? Rail and LG, no rockets. He's making his way over there eventually. Okay, he's probably feeling a little bit more comfortable right now. Getting ready. Now, totems are looking pretty good for Avik so far here. And there's their first rail. It comes out from Avik. And immediately, Wenger backing off. He's going to pop another one using that vision to fire those great defensive rockets. But unfortunately, the last air rocket doesn't hit. And Avik takes the first frag. Nicely done.
But he doesn't grab the rockets on the ground. Why? Avik, please. He just has LG and rail still maintaining the item control, but lacking rockets. Does have the ability to grab it. 9 seconds till the Mega. Wenger is already positioned for the Mega, but he's going to have to flee and get out of there. So he doesn't have a lot to work with.
Oh, he did grab that RL on the upper level. Mega's up. And just wondering where his opponent is at. Throws down some totems there in the middle top area, which is probably a good indicator that he wants to stay there as well. And so far, the rails have gone to Avik. Now he's got full control. This is a great cycle control here for Avik. Suddenly Wenger, nice job, but needs to be thinking a little bit about, what am I going to do to try to break this?
That was a beautiful rail from Wenger, and that was the first that he connected with, only shooting 20%, 1 of 5. But plenty of time to up that stat, and Avik has been placing that totem right outside the T-Con area, and Wenger has hit that twice. So he's got to start watching out for that as Avik totems the telly and drops back down for yet another heavy.
Yeah, I mean, so far, he has kept most of those items. No mega pick. Only one major item pickup here for Wenger so far. Now, he's not panicking. 40, he's just playing the best game that he possibly can. He's going to make a move for the Mega. Goes in while eating some plasma. Avik looking for that drive-by rail, and it's not going to happen. But Wenger doing what he can to kind of break this pattern set by Avik.
I will not grant you that privilege.
Doing a good job of getting rid of the totems as well, as Avik already down. Again for the heavy. Wenger nowhere to be found, can't even really do damage on it. Item control firmly in Avik's favor, but only 1 frag to his name. So as you mentioned, Wenger doing a good job staying patient, not getting crazy, waiting for the proper time to strike, similar to what we saw in map number 1.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of these fights are happening around the Mega here.
Oh,
Huge rockets from Avik, 3 in a row into a rail, looking for another one to clean it up, and he lands it 2-0. Pretty low's got to be careful as he immediately gets hit with, he almost got hit by that rail. Immediately gets hit with some machine gun damage. And then that rail, Avik answering back. The risk that he's taking to hold on to this lead, looking for yet another one. Can he find it? He does. He tries to finish it up, though, and Wenger answers back. Finally on the board, 1-2, but so very low. He's got to be careful, despite the fact that Mega is up here now. He just could not go for it. Oh my God.
Oh, took the wrong way forward, but also Avik dropping into LG, ill-advised here. He is going to get pushed in through the heavy kit. He escaped through the back stairs and just barely alive. Avik makes it through, but more importantly, has the totem to throw down. Wenger has to be careful. There's a totem! No!
Oh, no. Well, there you go. There you go. It pays off, 40. 4 minutes.
George of the jungle. Watch out for the totem!
Avik is putting on a clinic here. Avik did go down to about 8 points of health. Unfortunately, does grab that mega. Now looking for that one rail around the heavy. Not going to happen. Wenger lives to see another day. And he's got to protect his frags right now, 40. I think, like, I don't know, with the momentum that Avik is rocking right now, I think that Avik or Wenger really wants to protect those frags.
Yeah, he's got to do what he needs to do to, one, stop the bleeding, but also get back into this game. Time is ticking. Ruins is a big map. Eventually, if Avik wanted to go full defense, he could just make a totem fortress down below and play for the heavy. And Wenger has to have that in the back of his mind as we're getting closer and closer to the midway point. He is going to grab another heavy and delete a totem, which is very important, as we saw before. It's taken his life before Wheat, so coming up big for Avik. Good rail there from Wenger, and now he's going to reposition, potentially getting another one. Hits him with a double back, actually, and now pops the vision to just hone in on exactly where Avik is.
Yeah, he's looking for another rail. Doesn't find it, but that's exactly what Wenger needs to do. And you've seen his ability to kind of pop off, right, if he does get that frag. We all know that that's there. So he's looking for it. So far, hits that rocket on the chase. He's going to drop down anyway. Unfortunately, it yields nothing, so he only takes damage, and that does allow Avik to kind of bring himself back up. So those nice rails that he's hitting that go unanswered with the damage, that's exactly what he needs. But, you know, Avik has been able to course correct as needed when he got hit by those. Wenger getting another chance here with that mega. He's going to pop his vision, knows exactly where he's at, but can't land the rail. 45 minutes down on this one. And Avik still up by 3.
That preemptive rocket was almost beautiful. But Wenger just a little bit too quick on the trigger now, in less than 4 minutes to get to 3 frags. Can he do it? Avik playing a beautiful game right now.
Yeah, things slow down a little bit. Take a look how many. Okay, overstack is ready here. Avik can use it as an opportunity to try to move in. Wenger knows this. Like, he's playing really smart. There's a drive-by rail, 90 damage. No armor now for Avik. He's got the opportunity to really make a run here. His opponent just up the jump pad, drop down into that heavy, and now going to be able to grab yet again the mega. Oh, big rocket jump, huge aggression coming out. Can't get the frag, unfortunately, but I like what I saw there. Great use of that vision. He's going to rotate over to that mega. Is he going to be able to find the frag? Avik doing a great job just playing keep away.
Really good job. 2 great defensive rails to fall back into his fortress. Down by the heavy armor. Might get caught out here. 49 damage on that rocket. Wenger's going to want more. Less than 3 minutes now, but Wenger's still patient, playing around the items, trying to find the perfect point of attack. Doesn't have to quite rush it yet. Does need to be worried about those totems, as that rail just missing, and so does the rocket. But you're right, Avik playing a great defensive game, but now the fight gets taken to him, and the LG actually in his favor. The rocket won't do a lot of damage with the rail. 3 HP, Wheat. What a play from Wenger to stay alive.
God, that was so awesome, 40. The rocket jump, it's risky, but he grabs that mega, and suddenly he's made this a 2-frag game. Another rail hit. There's so much to talk about that last exchange, but this is literally what Avik talks about in terms of a boxer and how Wenger is playing this one. He saw an opening. He landed that kidney shot. It stunned Avik there momentarily, and then the vision pop into the rail was absolutely incredible. Well done. But 2 minutes remaining, Avik up by 2 in a great position and on a map where he absolutely can kind of snail this one out if he wants to. So Wenger might have to pop a little bit more aggression, and he starts it right now.
Oh, and he reads it perfectly. Avik goes for a ride, but he somehow gets away.
Oh, so low, 40.
Totem initiated.
That was the chance. Another big rocket jump over to the side, stealing away those lights. A minute 15 on the clock. Another great rail.
Oh, we could catch him out here. There's the LG. Great defensive rocket from Avec here, making him think twice, but the time is ticking. He doesn't really have an option. There's the Totem Fortress. He gets pinned against the wall, and the totems go down, and now it's a one-frag game. Wheat and the Heavy is in Wenger's favor.
I mean, having that one frag is still pretty huge. Wenger has got to make everything kind of click here, and he turns around the corner. Beautiful rocket, trying to land another one. Opponent drops down to the eye. Avec trying to get away, and 2 rails makes it a tie game, 4-4. And Wenger's like, I don't want to go into overtime. He lands the rail off the top, is gonna get hit by a totem on the way down. And now, with 30 seconds left to go, Wenger looking to finish this one up. Avec is trying to run for his life on the wrong end of the LG, and he goes down. Wenger up by 1.
Wenger, what a beast. Played it perfectly, waited, patient, and now he could just take a knee for 15 seconds as all the pressure's on Avec. He has to find him in 9 seconds. I don't think it's going to happen, and Avec concedes in T-Con. What a play from Wenger. Extremely patient. Finds the right opportunity and just capitalizes and takes away that map out of Avic's hands.
I feel like that game showcased so much maturity from Wenger, right? I mean, the way he played was so disciplined, yet he knew that I needed to take certain risks at various points of this game. And when he took those risks, they were so calculated. And in most cases, and in this particular map 40, they worked out. We saw a couple that really didn't. But that's how he was able to claw his way back. Continue to be patient, take full cycle control. And then, oh my God, like that frag right there was just absolutely beautiful. I've never really seen Vision, I think, used better than that moment, right? To go, this pillar is my God. It is going to save my life. But if I know where my opponent is, then I can peek and rail in a safe manner. It was unreal, that frag. And absolutely the thing that allowed him to win that game.
I think what you said is just took the words right out of my mouth. Maturity, like being able to stay calm in that situation and know I have time. I know the cycles left. I know how I can move around the map to trap. We saw the beautiful read that he did as he dropped down, hit a rail with a rocket jump, but then doubled back, dropped down, and caught him with the LG. In my opinion, that should have been the frag. I don't know how Avec got away from that.
Yeah.
That just goes to show Wenger's pathing. He's just locked in right now. Pathing, maturity, patience, playing around the items, and just like boxing, being able to take some hits and waiting for your opportunity to throw that haymaker. What a play.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, even though Wenger's going to take the series with that one, and we are going to go on to the third game, right? Game 1 was 7-6. This game was 5-4. I look at these types of results, and we might have said, yeah, Wenger's taken the series, but clearly these two players are playing like at a very, very close skill level right there, and that's awesome.
So this has to be 3-2 is what you're saying, so we get the scoreagami.
Yes.
It just has to be a countdown. Sorry.
Yes.
I'm an idiot, Weed. I don't know what to say. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
I mean,
go on before I cut you off.
It's awesome. These matches have been great.
Yeah, fantastic. And to end it on Blood Covenant with Slash against Nyx. Whew! Can't wait. I can't wait. I mean, Wenger working on a 3-0 against Avec, I never would have guessed. Never would have guessed that.
I really thought that Avec was going to take that matchup, right? The way he was playing it early, that first, 5 minutes or so. And it's like, yeah, I can really kind of see what Avic's plan was. And I think at one point, excuse me, it was just like a rocket jump from Wenger that made me go, okay, Wenger's really just looking for that opening and wants to strike like a snake in the grass. And it just worked out so beautifully. It's those moments in Quake where, we can't do that because our brain's like, okay, I'm going to do this, this, and this. And then, like you rocket jump into the wall and blow yourself up. You're like, it didn't work out the way I said, but everything worked out the way in the greatest Quake fantasy. That game was perfect for Wenger.
perfect indeed, and he's working on a perfect series right now. Can he do it? Can he do the 3-0 against Avik? We're going to start live on map number 3 on Wenger, and he's got that slash, very, very speedy, traversing the map. Avik's going to be able to claim the heavy. Has a rail and a nail gun, maybe a little bit of shotgun as well. Wenger's got the rockets of the LG. Very hesitant to push through those nail spam. I like that. Patience again shown by Wenger.
I would really love to see, you know, the same tenacity thrown out by both of these players in this third game, right? These games are going to matter even going into the final standings because there's a lot of close players in the grand scheme of things. And I do think Avik is still pretty capable of winning this one. Already hitting a couple of rails, and that's exactly what he's going to need to do. I would say based off last 2 games, or at least I guess the last game, you know, rails look pretty even, but I think Wenger's hit more of the rails that made a big difference. Avik used more rails for control. So we're going to see how this will play out as we're 1 minute in, and it's still been relatively quiet.
Yeah, a little bit of a skirmish there over at the Mega. Wenger needs to be careful grabbing what armor he can as he drops down for the light, just working with the scraps for now as Avik was able to claim that Mega. Heavy looks to be going his way as well as Wenger has to slow things down.
Well, a little quiet so far. Big LG from Wenger coming out right away as Avik's going to jump across from the top and try to use that vertical positioning to his advantage. It doesn't really work out, and it's awesome too when you have players moving at the speeds in which we're seeing. We did have a rail trade right there, but like how fast they'll go and hit some of these shots. 40, it's pretty fantastic. Great turnaround rail by Wenger. He's got 0 armor stack though. He's got to go for a light, and he's gonna grab 2 of them, or 1 I guess.
Up the lower armor. There's the ghost walk. Here's the jump pad. Avik wants this fight real bad. There's a point blank shotgun blast. Can't follow up with the rail. 25 HP, 50 after the pickup, and Wenger somehow still alive.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's just relying on his speed here a little bit. LG from the middle platform. Rockets from up top. Wenger surviving again, and Avik is like a really frustrated exterminator in which the pest keeps getting away from him. 40. Wenger missing that rail. That would have been a huge opening for him. He's going to make his way over to Mega. It's there, but he's met by his opponent. And this might be like the most defensive / Knicks game that I've ever seen here on Blood Covenant.
Yeah, and I think what you said is absolutely right. Wenger's just being a pest. He's taking all this damage. Avik smells blood, but he just cannot find him to finish. Wenger using that mobility of Slash so well.
Yeah, really. Ooh, out of the teleporter. Great rail. Answered back by Avik. Wenger going to drop down at 91. And both of our major items are up. There we're going to see the Mega go to Wenger. And now he's going to make his way over quietly. Here's his opponent jumping around. He's going to try to get a shot on the bridge. He's waiting. Oh, almost hits that midair. That would have been insane. And the rockets connecting as well. Avik, though, very, very low. He's got to be careful. Wenger's got a beat on him. Knows exactly where he's at. Trying to tip some rockets over the side. The LG coming out. Both players super low. Avik just with a little bit better stack. Tries to get away, and he will just break it off. 40.
The patience, again, from Wenger. Not forcing the move until he knows it's safe. Avik looking for that fadeaway rail. That could have been absolutely debilitating, but still 0-0, 4 minutes in, and again, another chess match between 2 fantastic Quake players.
The way this is going, 40, I just would not be shocked if this game ends 1-0. I don't know why. I don't even think that's possible, but I guess nothing would shock me at this point. 4 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Oh, off the jump pad. Both players missing their rail. I don't know if it's just, you know, I don't know what it is. These shots, it maybe players' movements are just so on point. Wenger going up the jump pad, met by a rocket. Some LG coming out with the rail hitting as well. And once again, both players exchange, and then both players just disengage.
Yeah, it's just a lot of respect being shown from both players. And we have hit the 5-minute mark. And the That Mega saved Venger's life, but it still could be bad here. Using that snail trail to get away. And again, slipping and sliding his way.
Oh, Avic's reads are just insane right now. He knows exactly where his opponent is going to be. He's hit some of the shots, but not all of them. If he was hitting some of those shots, and there's a big rail as he drops down to the middle, and then as his opponent goes up the jump pad a little bit too late, he's going to grab another one. Wenger off the spawn now. Going to try to machine gun his opponent down. Just cannot quite get the damage done, but Avic first on the board.
And that was just a slight movement error from Wenger there that gave Avic the opportunity to hit the jump pad shot. Other than that, we still would be at a tie game at 0. So Avic forcing the error from Wenger, taking the lead 1-0. And we very much could see a 1-0. Oh my God, what a delicious rocket. Almost connects with the rail. But we very much could see either a 1-0 or maybe that 3-2 that we were talking about, that scoregami. We'll see.
It's possible. Avic hitting a nice rail. Can he follow up with another one? He can't. What are the accuracies right now? Yeah, not super great. Avic with a 39, Wenger with a 21. But you're dealing with two, you know, smalls with the with really fast movement, so not too surprising here. Great rocket. He's trying to now lob a rail. Cannot get it done, but Avic in the better position with that one frag on the board.
Ooh, hangs in there for another great rail. May even get another one. Here's the vials get taken. A little bit of rocket splash, but Wenger able to land that rail to tie it at 1 from down below.
That's what he needed, 40. Those multiple rails in a row, right? The first player that was going to land those was going to put themselves in a great spot. Now, we're about to hit the 3-minute remaining mark. And 1-1. Just to give you kind of context on how much time is left, the drive-by rail from Wenger looking for another one. Mega pops. Avic is going to have to get away, but it feels like Wenger now moving with a little bit more wind in his sails as he seems to want to try to keep on that pressure from that last frag he got, 40.
Yeah, feeling a little more free, has a little more stack to work with, so he can be a little more speedy, potentially opening himself up for more rail damage here. Here's the armor shard from down below, the Tribald trying to land, forces out the Ghost Walk. Now Avic's in a bad way, but Wenger just misses the bridge jump. That could have been a lot of damage for Avic. Trying to hit the rails, a little bit of a tickle from down below. That's going to send Wenger packing, but the heavy will go to Avic. But he actually doubles back to do damage on the Mega first. Doesn't really net a ton, but just enough to keep Wenger on his toes.
Yeah, Avic still looking for some health here. Wenger looking for an opportunity to strike. Neither of these guys wants it to go into sudden death here, obviously. But 2 minutes on the clock. One player could absolutely force it here, 40. Now, Wenger, I don't imagine it is going to be him. I think he is, you know, he knows that his opponent's bleeding a little bit. I think he's looking to end this matchup, but Avic throwing out some tribal will give away his position here to Wenger. Wenger's gonna on the bridge. Oh my God, he's right on top of huge direct rocket. He trails away. He doesn't even necessarily go in for the kill. Just takes that advantage and runs.
But he mistimes it. He flips the items in his head, Wheat. Wenger went for the heavy instead of the Mega, so that's an opening for Avic, and that could be a critical mistake.
You're absolutely right. It's 10 seconds to the 1 minute warning. Both players pretty good stacks. What is going to happen here? Are we going to go to sudden death?
I can't think of a better way to end this series between these two.
I agree. Oh, on the bridge. Wenger making a little bit of noise. His opponent definitely there. So Avic's that's an indicator to me that Avic's not necessarily looking for a fight here. Gonna try to take some rails. Does land one.
Ooh, decent rocket. Enough for Wenger to say, okay, I can't really peek and do damage on this heavy. He does have position on the Mega as he grabs the lower armor shard, but again, just nice slow play. It looks like It might be an all-in on this Mega. If it is, that's the end of the game. If not, we're going to sudden death. And there's the snail trail. There's a great rail from Avik, all things considered. I think he hit another one,
He
too. That's going
did.
to force Wenger down. I don't know how he connected with the second, but there it is, the LG. And another one as well, going up the jump pad. Does hit a defensive rocket, 90 HP. Grabs a health bubble to be out of rail range, but he needs to get the hell out of there, Weed.
Oh my gosh, hit with another rail. Suddenly Avix with 100% rail accuracy and sudden death. And Wenger is going to grab another light. A very, very tense matchup here. Avik just hit so many beautiful rails. Wenger going to try to go for one on his own. And here's his opponent jumping across. He doubles back, gets some LG damage.
Oh,
Rail immediately coming out. 30 seconds in here. This one might be a long one.
ooh, dancing. Dance with the devil might last you forever. 1-1 here. 1 minute into sudden death. That heavy armor looking pretty good right now. Wenger, is he going to risk it all? So much LG from down, from up above. Can he make it back in time? And he does. So the Mega goes to him, and we dance a little bit longer, Weed.
We do 1 minute into this one. Ooh, rocket. Second one almost connects, but Wenger does manage to get out of there relatively unscathed. Another rail is going to pop out. And very, very low armor stack here. But Heavy's going to be up. Is he going to risk it? He's kind of backing up towards it. No, he's going to hear his opponent grab it. Knows that he's got another light he could possibly go and grab it. He's got to be careful here. Avik with the superior stack. That Mega's going to be picked up. There's a light. Wenger going to pick it up a little bit. Neither player wants to give an inch.
Playing so slow, so much pressure on both players here. Wenger again working on a 3-0. Avik just trying to break through and put one map on the board in this series. Every single map has been so close, and this one's no different. One frag to separate them. 2 minutes into sudden death. Wenger stacks so good right now. The rail from Avik, fantastic. It's really coming in clutch for him near the end here. That's two big ones.
Light armor grabbed and does another big rail. Rocket does hit and another one. Avik suddenly turning on overclock on his rail aim and does manage to pull out a win on that last map. It was nicely done. 1-2. Not a single game between these two 40 resulted in more than a single frag. Wenger can't really be too disappointed in that one. Like, both players played it. It's such an incredible series. Wenger, of course, takes it, but Avik taking that final map. Nicely done. That was fantastic.
That was a championship set, and I feel like Rafa's off on the corner saying one of his soundboards right there at the end frag. But 2-1 for Avik. Well played. That rail really coming in clutch near the end there for Avik. But fantastic set from both players. As we said, every single map, only a frag separating the two. And just absolutely incredible play. Very patient, very calculated, and that is just top tier Quake. Everybody needs to bookmark this and watch this set over and over again because it was phenomenal all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give a special shout out to that second game. I thought it was really phenomenal. Like, so much great play coming out from Avik early on, and then kind of a textbook. Here's an example of how you come back in a game, and especially when you've got a champion like Visor that's not necessarily got like huge comeback mechanics in terms of their abilities and whatnot. Phenomenal game two. All in all, a great series, one of my favorites of the day. But we've got one more 40, and maybe that one can top this one. I don't know.
That's true. We always come up with two featured matches for you folks, and we got the second one coming up after a quick break. We're going to have Maxter Kilson. Don't go anywhere. More Quake to be had after this quick break. Welcome back to the Quake Pro League Week 15. I am 40 Lions, joined by the legendary DJ Wheat. We just came out of a very tight series between Wenger and Avik, and now we're going to get into Maxter Kilson. Wheat, talk to me a little bit about Maxter Kilson. How do you feel?
I mean, let's just call it how it is. Wenger and Avik set a very, very high bar for today's MVP match. So Maxter and Kilson have a lot to show up. But the most important thing in this series is one coming out on top. Kilson, the number 2 seed right now, has been doing great all season long. He's been putting in the time. Maybe you've gone over and you've seen him in one of the featured matches this season during season 3. Maybe you've been watching him and his grind on streaming. But I think he is thinking about that championship match. I think he's thinking about wearing that belt again, and that's the shape that Kilson's in. Maxter, on the other hand, trying to stay on board with this consistency this season. He's sitting around the number 9 spot. Lost a pretty tough one against Rafa, but did go 2-1 and last week. So Maxter's someone that is you can't really underestimate him, right? If Maxter can take a game off of Rafa, then you better believe that he could probably take a game off of Kilson. I think it's going to depend a lot on our picks and bans, where we're sitting at, and just how both players are feeling today.
Completely agree. Maxter has the ability to beat anybody in this league. Kilson, 2-time champion, trying to work on a 3rd. Also a showman. He's in the chat getting the crowd hyped up. It's like Bret the Hitman Hart coming out, giving the glasses to the kids. You got to love it. But you're right. The picks bans. Let's get into it, see what we have in store between these two titans for the final game of the day. We're going to start off on Corrupted Keep once again. Then we're going to head over to Ruins, and then we're going to finish it off with Awoken. Wheat, you want to break down the champs for me?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we get to break down these champs in relation to and in context to the last game too, right? So we're seeing Corrupted Keep and Ruins. The difference here is Awoken for map number 3. Now in game number 1, Wenger and Avik, we saw Strog versus Ranger, but in this one we're going to see Strog versus Anarchy, with the Anarchy played by Kilson. And if you've watched Kilson during some of his featured matches, that is a champion select that he will take pretty regularly. Now then on the flip side, for game number 2 on the Ruins, a Visor Scale, and then if you recall in the last game, Scale was banned. No, Galena banned here, but we've been seeing more of a Scale on Ruins. I think that's a hit and miss pick, but we'll have to see. I kind of think Visor is too, so I'll leave it up to you to make that choice. And then Awoken, the final game, that's where we will see the Galena versus the Doom, which I think is another a great engagement between these two. I still do tend to think that Kilson will probably take this one, but that's how the picks and bans break down.
Love it. Thank you for that, Wheat. And also big shouts, I forgot, to Maxter's new org. Welcome to Quake, the 40 Gods. I'm not biased. That's not my org, but that is what he is repping there. So I actually think that Maxter might take this 2-1 because of that org. He's going to come out swinging out the gate and put a dub up for that org, and everyone is going to be shocked in chat. Now, honestly, I'm not sure how this is going to shake out. Kilson is just such a killer, on form all the time, playing at a championship level. Maxter has the ability to, but it's just a little inconsistent. But you never know. Any given Saturday, we've seen crazy things happen before. So, I'll lock it in. Maxter 2-1, why not? I have nothing to lose. I don't have any channel points.
All right. Great. I mean, I was definitely going to put down at least 2-0, maybe even a 3-0 for Kilson. He's been just looking really good. I think he is 150% focused here heading into these final weeks. So I think we're going to be seeing championship shape Kilson here very soon. And 40, I got a question. Do goats do they bleat? What is it? What do goats do? Right? Because I
don't know.
If it's not Kakaz anymore, if we're not Kakaz.
If it's in the context of Quake, they usually go bullshit, apparently, if we're talking about Rafa. No, I don't know what the noise would be, but I'm sure someone in chat can fill in. All right.
I'm gonna do my research.
Let's do it.
We'll get the goat. I think it's like a bleat. I don't know.
Like a bleat?
Sheep
okay.
bleat, I think.
Sure.
Pixel Poet? Okay. I don't know. We'll find out. Important questions will be answered here. Maybe not this week, but in the future. We're going on to our second featured match, Maxter versus Kilson. Number 9 seed, the number 2 seed. Maxter, unfortunately, falling 2 seeds after his loss to Rafa, and just goes to show how one match result can absolutely shake things up here on the overall standing. So we're so close to the championship, and we had another one, sending one of these players closer to those final matches. 40, take it away.
Let's go. Map number 1 live between Maxter and Kilson here, and already a bit of a skirmish there, a little bit of a push. Rocket to deny any kind of entry out of the banana as Maxter claims that heavy and makes his way back over to center map. Really only working with Rocket's tri-ball shotgun. Really wants that LG machine gun, also key on this map as we've seen before. A little bit of peeker damage.
Yeah, it's probably like the best thing you can ask for, right? Is unanswered. Gets a little bit of information, a little eyeball, and he doesn't have to put himself at risk to find some stuff out. With both players being pretty content just staying on opposite ends of their map. Maxter with a bit of a misfire there. He did not get that heavy right away. And some unanswered damage. Where did all that come from Kill City? I mean, Maxter went from a pretty sick stack to like hobbling around. Just a combination of some machine gun tri-bolt. Big peeker damage. Can he follow up with this one? Oh no! Up the jump pad. LG firing down, trying to get that last little bit, and Kilson does get that first frag.
And that was sloppy. That was scary for both players, but now Kilson off the back of that gets full control of the map. And this is real bad here as Maxter fighting from behind the statue. One of the worst places to be stuck. Luckily for him, no tri-ball for Kilson. He's going to have to push in. Maxter able to max damage here and actually pushing Kilson back. But all of this fight before the Mega, so if Kilson can get the frag, yeah, that's going to be easy. He can grab these vials, he can grab the Mega rather easily. Can he make it back to the heavy is the question.
And the other question is, like, does he need to, right? He's doing a lot of control here without really giving up too much. And he is going to have to back up for that one. So actually probably going for that major item there. Put him at some risk, but Kilson ready to do that. Knows that he's not just going to win this game reclining. So 2 minutes now on the clock. Once again, Kilson kind of trapping Maxter in a spot that he does not want to be. And then the LG coming out as he comes out the teleporter. Kilson looking a little worse for wear there.
He's got to be careful here. Pressure is on. Makes a mad dash for it in the inject in the nick of time. Able to steal away the heavy and to stay alive. Talk about timing.
That is nutty how that all hit and happened, how it all resolved just in a moment's notice. There is a grab by the Mega here. Kilson now going to have to be careful. A lot of time still till this heavy is up. Going to spam some nails. The side. A big rocket, but he cannot follow up with that one. So Kilson getting a nice little opening here, 40. But I think Maxter doing a good job of like shutting down that momentum. And that was what I was kind of fearing the most in those first couple of frags there for Maxter. Is like, can Kilson keep this pace up? And if he can, how's Maxter going to stop it? But he's done a good job kind of forcing Kilson to slow down.
Yeah, not letting them get away with anything. Not too much momentum, only down 2. That's pretty good against someone like Kilson, especially on the Anarchy. We saw previously Rafa playing the Anarchy on this map to perfection. And you can kind of see the clash of styles between Kilson and Rafa on Anarchy on this map. Kilson, he's playing towards the Mega. He's not giving anything up. He wants the whole map right off the bat. He doesn't care if he has a pocket inject.
Yeah, it's like the oh shit right there. Oh, big LG coming up that jump pad. Always a risk doing that. And Kilson set up a nice trap, was able to do it. Drive-by rocket as he comes around. Anticipates his opponent coming out of that right hallway. Now just waiting for the heavy. It's up. He's got it. Vials in possession. Obviously crucial for Kilson in this matchup. But he's looking for another frag. You know, 2 frags. Ooh. Oh. It's hitting the face there is going to have to back off. But 2 frags is good because you can win with 2 frags, but it's not as comfortable as it could be. Big LG once again. That's twice 40 in the last 40 seconds. That, unfortunately, Maxter just ate so much damage because of the jump pad.
Yeah, he's just getting caught out in the boneyard over and over again, and Kilson just pinning him down. 3-0 now. And Maxter's got to clean that up as he tries to make his way to the LG. Luckily, Kilson's out of rockets and barely has any LG cells, so he has to kind of disengage and re-up on that. That could have been a nightmare. And again, are we going to see it again? Please, no. Okay. Doubles back towards the LG. But still, yeah, Maxter's getting caught in boneyard and behind LG a lot here, Weed.
Yeah, there's the 5-minute warning. And Peeker dealt with yet again. 3 on the scoreboard here for Kilson. But I am pretty impressed with, God, especially taking like big hits like that huge direct rocket. I think Kilson just knew at that point he got that miracle bounce where it's like, oh, you're dead. Like, I know you're dead because you're going to be spending the next 2 seconds trying to get out of that wall that I just hit you into. And he cleaned that up nicely. That's going to feel really good as he now mounts up a 4-frag lead. Maxter is in dire need of a frag here in the next like 90 seconds or so. I know that's probably very specific and easier to say, but right, letting Kilson take any more control or getting additional frag is going to make this a real hard climb for Maxter.
Completely agree. Starting off by giving up that mega cleanly is not the way you want to do it. Maxter trying to trap Kilson, but he doesn't have the LG to pin him like Kilson does to Maxter. Unfortunate here. Now Kilson can get the pounce on him, a little bit more of a tickle. Just needs to be careful of all this nail gun, but all in all, Maxter not doing a lot of damage. The shotgun around the corner trying to make it happen, but the boomstick fails him.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for Maxter, but very great for Kilson as he's going to pad his lead by another. And with less than 4 minutes to go, that 5-frag lead is starting to look pretty juicy right now. Maxter, unfortunately, once again behind the giant statue 40, and that is just not a place that he has yielded very good results this entire matchup. Now Kilson is going to let him sneak out of there a little bit, and that's going to let him freely grab those vials. Yet again, great nail spam coming out of that teleporter, and then followed up with some LG. I mean, look at where Kilson has been at the last 30, 40 seconds just in this middle platform. Controlling and knowing that there's not much that Maxter can do and that he doesn't have kind of full say in how something's going to happen.
Nice little dance there from Kilson, making sure Peeker doesn't get a lot of damage. And yeah, he's just controlling the middle of the map. That's what Kilson's really good at on any map. Controlling middle of the map. If he has a rail, he'll use that to open the engagements. If not, LG and Rockets going a long way here. And the Rocket just forcing Maxter back and swapping the machine gun. And Maxter's just not allowed to play the game.
That's kind of what it feels like, right? It really does feel like there's so much control here. Oh, the big rocket. He just waited for it, and patient pays off. The 6 frag for Kilson. Peeker in anger off of the spawn coming out trying to get some level of revenge, but it is not going to happen. Even a frag right now would still make another 5 frag run for a potential tie very, very hard to do. And Kilson looking super strong and very comfortable here in game number 1.
Just chip rocket damage, doesn't dive down, doesn't need to do anything crazy. LG on LG, can he get a frag? Kilson gets melted down, goes up the jump pad, and Maxter prevails with his shotgun. Right. Kilson comes up with a not gun, but still down 5 frags, less than 2 minutes. Do you believe in miracles?
I mean, I want to believe, and I was going to say, like, prove me wrong, here we go. Like, I love to eat those words, especially if we're going into sudden death overtime, because then everyone will forget that I said it in the first place, 40, but I still think with 90 seconds left to go, you've got the inject, it's ready. No stack here. Like, Kilson is not looking super great, but Maxter's on the hunt, and you've all either been on this map or seen it happen in the QPL, and you wonder, how is someone going to be able to chase down the frags that they need? Those back hallways can be a real pain in the ass. So we're about to hit the 1 minute mark, and now I think we're skirting around the realm of impossibility.
Yeah, this one seems to be definitely done and dusted in favor of Kilson, as now he can just play defensive. Doesn't have the inject right now, so Maxter could chase him down and put up a second frag, but After that, Kilson surely will delay his spawn, and this one will be in Kilson's pocket to start off the series between these two. Good momentum, good start for Kilson here as he, finally gets trampled by Maxter, but again, not a big deal. He doesn't really delay the spawn like I thought he would, but with 30 seconds, 4 frags, I still think not gonna happen, unfortunately.
I mean, look at the heart here of Maxter. He's not. Well, okay, now he stopped, but he was going for it. He was like, "All right, let's make something happen." But the magic is unfortunately not alive today in map number 140. We're going to be moving on to our next map, Ruins. But I got to say, for Maxter, at least it didn't end with the 0 on his side, right? That never feels good. Kilson was in control most of the map, but Maxter did manage to pull at least 2 out. Kilson takes game number 1, but I kind of expected that.
Yeah, a little unfortunate. I mean, time and time again, you saw Maxter get caught in the boneyard and behind LG because Kilson was just waiting in the middle of the map. You make your move, I'll pin you to where I feel like, you're going to go and then trap you. And it just worked. It was pretty basic, but it got the job done. Maxter just couldn't hit the shots that he needed. And as you pointed out, that jump pad will be the bane of his existence.
Yeah.
So much damage coming out from that jump pad. Kilson just with a layup. Making it look easy here on map number 1. Still a close game, but hopefully on map number 2, Maxter can kind of regroup. He's got Visor going up against the Scale. We've seen him tame a Scale Bearer on Ruins before. I believe it was against Wenger. We'll see if he could do it again.
Yeah, I was going to look and see if I have that. I don't. That's okay. And I can't go back and look. But yeah, this one, I mean, coming off of that one, Scale can do some interesting things here on Ruins. Visor, of course, using that vision to kind of set up nice rails, which is one good way of dealing with Scale from a distance. So we're going to see. But Scale can have a rail in their hands as well, and I think that's what Kilson will be going for, using that bull rush and those moments to go, I smell blood, let's go in for it. But Maxter's got he's got a tough game ahead of him if he wants to try to tie this one up and take it on to map number 3, which would be Awoken. Well, we will find out very soon as we are getting this game started. Actually, no, Kilson has not yet switched champions, so not quite yet.
He's not ready. He says 9 for now. Taking a little breather, even after a victory. It's good to just shake out the hands, have a little bit of water, hydrate. Why not? But I think it was Galena versus Scalebearer when it was Maxter versus Wenger. A little bit different, but we did just see Wenger play Visor on Ruins, and maybe if Maxter was watching, took some tips. Pop that vision, rocket jump over the wall and near T-Con, and just, home in on your opponent and get all that damage. A little bit riskier going against a Scale. Bull rush is always a problem, but Maxter is not afraid to take those kind of high risk, high reward situations. It's just a matter of how many he's going to have to take against Kilson.
Right. Yeah. And whether Kilson plays riskier with Scalebearer, which is certainly a thing, then I think that's where we've got to be a little careful. So we'll know in the first few moments here as we're getting ready now for Ruins. And the first featured matchup we saw, Visor versus Galena on Ruins. Wenger took that one 5-4. An incredible matchup. You've got to go watch it if you didn't already. Let's see if we can get something as exciting here as we kick things off with Visor, played by Maxter, and Scale, played by Kilson. And Kilson could be looking for a series win with 2 games here, 40. We'll play 3 regardless, though. Don't worry.
Yep. Full focus. If you're a Kilson fan here, give him your energy. If you're a Maxter fan, throw some emotes in the chat for Maxter trying to tie it up at 1. Send us to the 3rd as the decider. We'd love to see it here. What a great way to end week 15 it would be. But, Kilson's a champion. He wants that 3-0, and he wants to get in and out. Just another day at the office, potentially.
That's what he'd like it to be, right? That'd be pretty good. I think... thinking when you're playing at this level, championship level, right? Championship potential. I think these are really important matchups in the grand scheme of things. Because if you're going to win that belt, these are the types of games that you should feel very comfortable and confident in the whole time. Both players going for the mega. Kilson going to back off from that one, but very interesting. I feel like he could have actually gone in for a kill, but he decided not to. Instead, going for that heavy and then flipping around, landing a rail as well. And suddenly Kilson does end up with a pretty nice stack after that opening.
I think what we saw is Kilson was worried that if he bull rushed, he would actually pop Maxter into the Mega, so he was just like, whatever, I'll do
Yeah.
the damage. I won't waste the Bull Rush. And he held it down for the Heavy. Maxter with a good rail now needs to be careful. The Bull Rush is going to be back up. There's the trade. Now there's the Bull Rush Goomba Stomp, maybe? Nope, just a rail. What the hell rail was that?
That was definitely the kind of thing where if he did not have a rail, we would all be giggling right now, because it's like that's exactly the scale bearer fail that we all live to see. But he didn't. He didn't, 40. He had that beautiful rail just in hand and nailed a excellent shot, putting himself on the board with that first frag in the first minute.
Just a little bit of the flick of the wrist there, as Heavy's going to be up first. Can he rocket jump after the fact and Bull Rush to Mega? Stay tuned, folks. We might see that. Maxter waiting outside of the T-Con to maybe deny it, but the fancy footwork from Kilson will avoid the rail. He will concede the Mega, but not a big deal, as his stack is still pretty good, all things considered. But after that rail, okay, make it 2, maybe 3.
All right. Well, I mean, we talked about it in the initial matchup. This is exactly what Maxter needs to do. He does Bull Rush into the corner, but somehow Maxter just kind of like pops back out, and he lands a nice shot of his own, putting himself now on the board 1-1. Heavy is up. Maxter with another rail. And we said that rail was going to be the thing that he really needed in order to go up against the scale. And so far, that's working for him.
If he would have hit that rail from underneath, I would have thrown my computer out the window. As Maxter now trying to put pressure on the armor shard in the courtyard, and he does. Hits another layup for an easy rail, and Kilson has to be a little bit more careful. He's throwing his weight around. I know he's got the stack, but can't just give up this easy damage. The shotgun might be able to finish it, but the rockets finish Maxter off, and the buckshot is not Maxter's friend.
It wasn't, and that was too bad, because I don't think that was a terrible weapon decision right there. I think he just missed that second volley, and Kilson was able to clean up quite well. We're now just tied back up 2-2, so things have equalized. Another great rail coming out by Maxter, but Kilson maintaining that aerial advantage.
Woo!
Maxter off the bounce with another great rail, tying it back up again, 3-3. Kilson with nothing but the railgun, though he cannot take that battle with versus Maxter's LG, so he backs off a little bit. And now the action's coming out, 40.
It's happening. We're getting a bloodbath. And again, Maxter going for that underneath rail. One of those days he's going to hit it, and it's going to be the top highlight for the rest of eternity, because it's such a nuts rail. Looking to chain together more, and just such a dance. It's all fancy footwork when it's rail on rail, but still tied to 3, as neither player can finish off the other. Maxter a little bit better stack-wise, as he has some armor, and he also makes his way down to the Heavy for a free one. Can he get back to the Mega and take control of this map?
He really needs to. Both players sitting on okay stacks. Maxter with a little bit better one. Oh, did he not see him? Was he behind the hallway? Must have been. My bad. I got a little cheat outline, so.
We're constantly cheating here in the cast.
Yeah, exactly.
Maxter popping his cheats, too. Does get a little bit of a pin on where Kilson might be using that visor vision. And just the perfect time to peek out and get that rail. It is before the Heavy, but Maxter wants to maintain positioning on this Mega. Kilson trying to make his way towards the T-Con, potentially for a push. Now slowly creeping up, making sure he's not walking into a trap. Wow.
These rails continue to come back out. Both players kind of backing off a little bit, letting off the gas here. Maxter going to try to slow roll it outside this teleporter. Pops that vision, sees his opponent drop down, perfectly placed rail. What? How did Maxter get hit by that? That is wild. There's the Mega. Maxter, no armor stack at all, but he is going to grab away that Mega. He could absolutely use some armor. Bull Rush coming out. Oh my God, the jukes. 40, I can't even believe it.
Just so calm, knowing that the biggest detriment to a scale bearer is stairs. But Maxter still 35 HP after all of that, needs to be careful. Kilson hanging on by a thread, but he's going to win out the Heavy just because Maxter has to concede, doesn't want to give up the frag. I mean, we're still tied at 3, Wheat.
Dude, what if you could Bull Rush and jump? Sorry, like the whole idea is absolutely ludicrous and ridiculous, but I just imagine
That would be amazing.
Like, oh,
Bunny
God.
hop while bull rushing? Let's talk.
Like one jump.
Sink?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
No, it's a terrible idea. No one would say it, but that would be so funny.
I lose.
Still 3-3. We're halfway through 40. Don't bull rush and jump. Don't do it. That was such a sick juke, though. And Maxter continuing to try to control this top area. Managing stack. Rails are looking pretty good on both sides, around 40, 45. And, you know, it's definitely been Kilson who's been controlling most of the major items.
Dude, Kilson hasn't shot a single LG cell.
That's surprising.
I didn't even notice. That's insane to me. Is he playing, like, for fun? He's just practicing no LG? Because I guess if it works, he's tied at 3, just picked up the heavy. Maxter maintaining position after the mega pickup, trying to get some tri-bolt. I like the cheeky angle earlier after popping the vision, trying to thread the needle with the tri-bolt. But yeah, no LG from Kilson. That is interesting.
That's surprising, yeah. Yeah. Well, things slowing down yet again. This is definitely a lot different game than what we saw in game 1. Some audio cues for Maxter there as he hears Kilson. He pops the vision, knows exactly where he's at. Is he going to set up a trap here? Oh, the players, both of these players' awareness, their map awareness, 40, it's been really awesome, right? They don't realize how close they were to just exchanging and starting another fight right there, but they both are very aware of where the other is. It's pretty awesome to see.
I love it. Maxter just playing patient, wants to make sure he has the vision before he makes a move. Kilson grabbing the mega. And now Maxter realizing that the heavy's not going to be up for a while. Does he have timing on it? I don't know, but he is going to move back, get those vials out in the courtyard, and now he's got to be careful. If he gives up this heavy for free, that's going to be a gigantic stack to try and chew through against Kilson. And Kilson will have the bull rush, so it's just going to be balls to the wall here in a second.
Does take a little bit of damage at the tribal. Great defensive rocket. Maxter still got to be careful here. Kilson's stack definitely much better. Vision popped. He's now going to try to land a shot. What can he hit? And it does not yield much. 42 minutes left to go, and we may take this snail's pace into the final 2 minutes. I think Kilson still has the advantage with some potential, you know, better stack and just a potential for some burst damage. But I think Maxter's going to be very smart about not letting Kilson get into that situation where he can do that.
Yeah, Maxter's just willing to play this very patiently, waiting until he has all the vials so he can use this vision, and now he knows exactly where Kilson is. He's staying away. The heavy's up. Should be able to grab the timing off of that pickup, and I think that's what he was waiting for, because I don't think he had the proper timing on heavy. Now it's just a matter of, can he do some damage before this mega, just missing out on the rail. We have 1 minute left, still tied at 3, and he has to concede based on his stack.
1 minute warning.
I think at this point he has to be thinking about playing the long game here. Right, within 1 minute, you're very limited on what you might be able to get stack-wise in order to actually engage in a fight. So, oh, he's caught red-handed down below. The rail hits, and suddenly Kilson springs into action. You see him suddenly making moves around the map. He's looking for his opponent. Vision pop to try to get himself in a defensive position. Rail missed around the side, and Maxter's just going to try to keep as much distance as he can between him and Kilson for the next 23 seconds. That's a risky play, but probably the smart one.
Yeah, this makes me so nervous as Maxter is hesitant to even go for this outside armor shard. Doesn't want to make any noise. He's just trying to stay the hell away from Kilson. Get a rail or two maybe, and this could be dire right now. He has the vision to try and play defensive, but we are going into sudden death. Rocket not connecting the way he wants, and he actually does self-damage with the rocket. That could be absolutely terrible. 57 HP, no armor. Maxter is just living on a prayer right now, Wheat.
Oh, this is so bad. I mean, Maxter's options are extremely limited right now. We can all kind of see the choices that he's about to make. He decides to go high. back to low. He's just trying to play the cup game with his opponent right now. Looking for any opportunity to escape. The heavy is up. I don't know if there's an opportunity to drop. I mean, he could just wait it out to get the health. Highly
unorthodox. Wait for the vision to try and make a move.
Yep.
He's still railable after all of that. There was nothing to work with. Luckily, the rail misses, and he's just out of rail range after picking up that 25. But this is literally living, hanging by a thread, the skin of his teeth. This is insane. He's been alive this long. There's a great rail, still no armor to work with. Needs to be careful with his next moves.
Oh my God.
It's another great rail.
Oh
it's
my
another
God.
one.
How? With no stack at all, 40 somehow, man, just equalize it. He looked for another one. He still needs to land 2, but those are the rails that Maxter's looking for all game long. He lands another one after the vision pops. He picks up the heavy. Maxter looking to close this one in his favor. He's been so close so many times, but unfortunately, he needs a way to deal the killing blow.
This is insane that Maxter's turned this around. Rail and a prayer. He's able to get on both items, and now Kilson's on the back foot. Bull rush in 10 seconds. Maxter won't have vision. As the drop down onto the heavy a little bit early, and Maxter has to be careful. The bull rush will be up just in time if he wants to contest, and it looks like Kilson's going to give it up for another cycle. So can Kilson hit these rails that we saw Maxter hit to open the game for him? Oh!
Wow. Both players very equal now after that rail hits. Oh, big rocket. Another one in the corner into the bull rush. Yes. Oh, my God. That was glorious. That was absolutely glorious right there.
Wow.
I mean, in regards to sudden deaths, all of the different ways that a game like that could end, I just want to see that one more time.
He got smooshed. He got smooshed.
God.
Oh, after all of that, the display of patience, finding the angles, waiting until the vision is utilized properly to set up those angles. He just gets pushed up against the wall. Look at that. There's nowhere to go.
God, it was just such a great rocket, and you know, both players, they really exercised and showcased some good patience and discipline in that matchup. Hey, Kilson, that was a championship game win right there. You know, that is like, I'm like, yeah, that person's a champion, right? All the way up to the end. I mean, even those last 3-4 consecutive rails that Maxter had, like, Kilson had to have been puckered a little bit there and still manages to pull it out. Just absolutely amazing. Fantastic.
Insane game. And I want to say it's a little unfortunate because I know exactly what Maxter wanted to do, and if you take a look at the replay, his rocket just went straight into the pillar. So he got no initiation damage. He didn't knock Kilson off course. Kilson with 2 fantastic rockets of his own, and he's like, just textbook shoulder tackle at the very end there up against the wall to take the frag. What a game. What a game. We are blessed today with some fantastic games,
I just like every scale player's dream to have like the easiest setup for them. That was like playing t-ball, like a professional baseball player being like, all right, George, you're going to play this game today. By the way, there's no pitcher. We're just going to put the ball on this little stand here, and you just there you go. I mean, to be fair, Kilson set up a absolutely gorgeous rocket to start that fight off, but wow. Great game though by Maxter too. I mean, mounting that comeback, his initial frags. Like we mentioned that Maxter took a game off of Rafa, and I think Maxter's a player that every single member of the QPL, a competitor in the QPL, should not think, oh, it's Maxter, right? That's going to be an easy game, because he's got some skills.
I agree. To go toe-to-toe with Kilson like that, especially on the back foot for so long and still hang in there, fantastic play. But as you said, it was kind of like T-ball near the end there, and I'm sure that corked some people's bats in chat. Am I right? Anyways, we're going to go to map number 3. Not going to be the decider that we were hoping for, but Maxter still has an opportunity to try and put some points on the board and money in his pocket. Going to be Awoken. We're going to get Galena versus Doomslayer. Could see Greased Up Doom Guy. We didn't really see it much previously. I think we saw it once with Chain. We'll see how Kilson utilizes it, but Kilson does take the set 2-0, but this is going to be map number 3. Last map of the day for week 15, so make some noise in the chat. We are live, starting off on Kilson.
All right, let's go. Kilson after that last win. What a big one it was. He's going to be on to the Doom. And I have a feeling here that Kilson's going to be on the hunt. That he's going to be going for everything here.
Ooh, a little bit of hesitation. Kilson can't really decide the weapon of choice here. Trying to line up a rail, but finally, okay! The power of Christ can compel you through walls, Wheat. Be careful, as Kilson does take a little bit of damage. Does grab the heavy, but now he's just lying in wait.
Yeah, we're going to, I mean, both these players have started off pretty slow each game. So this is not surprising to see a similar pace being adopted here for game number 3. 1 minute in now. Kilson, as you can imagine, sitting at that middle top area, does drop down, try to get some shots off on his opponent, going for that mega. Will grab that heavy. And now will we see a fight break out?
Takes care of the totem this time, but a little bit of LG waiting for him as Maxter just misses out with the fadeaway. Kilson doesn't make the same mistake, landing his damage. Almost gets another one. I feel like that would have pushed him right off the map. Wait, that was very dangerous.
It was dangerous. Narrowly missing that one. Kilson does land that second one. Rocket jump up. Nice little double jump into the back hallway. Knows where Maxter is. Does land another rail and will be content just doing the damage. Not going to push this one right away anyway. Oh my God! Beautiful rail through the telly to grab that heavy. And you know what? If you can continue to do that, I think the philosophy is I will eventually get the frag.
Absolutely. Just whittling away right now. And again, Kilson's so good at controlling middle of the map, rail out, and just engaging based on what he hits. And there it is. It was just a matter of time. Kilson finds him, plants him into the ground for the first frag of this one, about 2:20 in.
That seemed to be the right amount of aggression at just the right time right there. I think Kilson landing several of those rails, just kind of allowing his opponent to have to scurry for some sort of any kind of stack item at that point. Kilson going to make his way over to the Mega, double jumping over to the side. Does get hit with some rocket damage. Not sure if Maxter's going to chase this one. And Kilson can wait right here and drop on that heavy whenever he's ready.
Ooh, taking a lot of damage. Clicked with the tri-bolt, still had it out, and now there's greased up Doom Guy. Get out of there. You're never going to catch him.
Nope. Run away. I thought Kilson was actually in a position to potentially stack some more frags off of that first frag, but Maxter's done a good job of regaining control. He's just quick to, you know, get his weapons back and some kind of a stack, at least so he can try to fight Kilson at this point. But he's done a good job right here. Kilson just tagging him with these rails that are making it really annoying. He's in the danger zone again.
Just beautiful movement, too, from Kilson. Oh, Maxter just stopping short. Kilson barely missing out on that rail. Waiting to pounce again.
Death is the only.
4 minutes. Definitely, is this the slowest pace that these two players have been playing at?
I feel like this is pretty, yeah, in comparison to what we've seen before, especially Maxter, but he's just forced on the back foot. He can't really make any play. Okay,
Right.
Maybe a defensive rocket will do it, but still, you're absolutely right. 1-0, almost 5 minutes into Awoken between Kilson and Maxter. I never would have guessed the scoreline.
I wouldn't have guessed it either. And like I mentioned, I was kind of expecting Kilson to try to really pop off, but I just think that says a lot about how Maxter's playing right now and the decisions he's making. It's these rails from Kilson. He's sitting at a 58% rail right now. And that's just making a huge difference. Oh my gosh.
The totem was too strong for the machine gun bullet. Oh, Kilson. Not a big deal. He's going to be able to fall back to that mega. I'm sure he smiled that one up. Around the corner, Maxter needs to get out of there, and he just looks at the heavy, but he can't even grab it. There's another rail, and this surely has to be it, and there it is. Maxter just trying to do what he can, but Kilson puts a second on the board.
You know what it's like, 40? You know how in Friday the 13th, like, everyone's running away from Jason, and they're just, like, frantically like, oh, I've got to get away. And Jason is just, like, slow walking around everywhere, but eventually he catches up, right, and gets the kill.
Yeah.
That is, I mean, Kilson is Jason Voorhees today in full Jason mode. Just, you know, hitting those rails long distance, just kind of like big burly walking around. There was a nice little, another nice little frag. It is 1-3, so things have picked up a little bit here, but Kilson's showing his control.
And Maxter trying to laugh that one off, but you're absolutely right. Very, like, methodical, just forward aggression. It's not overly aggressive, but it's definitely just this pressure mounting on Maxter, right?
Yeah.
It's almost like the nemesis, just breaking through walls slowly but surely, not necessarily running at you, but just relentless, consistent pressure from Kilson.
And sometimes that's all you need to win games, right? I mean, if you're kind of forcing your opponent to go toe-to-toe with your core base mechanics, you know, if you can't overcome that, right, what kind of options do you have? Now, with all that being said and everything we've talked about here, as many rails as we're seeing Kilson hit and whatnot, like 2 frags is still absolutely, this game could change in a moment's notice. I think that's why we're not seeing Kilson necessarily go super insane in terms of any level of aggression and probably playing this one, you know, at the pace in which he is.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's no reason to go, okay, balls to the wall quite yet as Maxter gets caught off guard. Nice combo there from Kilson and the T-Con. Able to take out one of the totems as well. Maxter rocking one. His cooldown is still fresh as well, and this should be another frag. Kilson using the double jump to float and avoid damage. Perfect rail off the spawn. It's happening, Wheat. It's happening.
Yeah, it's full, you know, it's full Matrix mode right now for Kilson. I just, after that pixel perfect spawn rail, that was just so nice. I mean, good on Maxter, right? We've always said this, hey, this kid's got heart. This kid's got heart. He's not giving up. It's one, well, okay, stop short in his tracks there by Kilson. 6-1 now. Less than, just over 2 minutes to go, actually. As Kilson is going to likely take this one 3-0. But I think you've got to walk away from this matchup saying, yep, Kilson's in great shape. He's still looking for to wear that belt around his waist at the end of the season. And Maxter is not a player that you can really underestimate because he can do damage.
I agree. Still keeping it this close is pretty good. It's a victory. I think the only thing that makes me a little bit worried is Kilson is playing so well that Maxter can't even play the game that he wants. He's forced to play Kilson's game. He's not making the moves that we're used to seeing, be it because Kilson's mechanics are so on point or just because he's got Maxter so uncomfortable. But, ooh, look at that rail follow-up. Kilson just stalking his prey. Totem for Maxter trying to heal up as best he can, but he's still extremely weak after that engagement. And, yeah, Kilson is just playing lights out right now.
Yep, and it's not going to get any better here for Maxter. Played a good set, but Kilson's definitely going to be walking away with this one, trying to trap his opponent downstairs one more time through the teleporter. Maxter goes, and Kilson this time is going to give chase. Oh! The rail kiss of death didn't work, but the rocket kiss of death sure did.
And now 30 seconds, 4 frags, probably not going to happen. But it would be exciting. And Maxter, I mean, he kept it close enough, but I really feel like the hindrance from Kilson was just, his play style was just so debilitating that Maxter couldn't really make some of the moves that he's used to making.
That's right. And I think Kilson just was constantly, as you mentioned earlier, just applying a perfect amount of pressure He seemed to be really content and just staying in one place that was going to be advantageous to him in the game, and any shots he can make, whether that be on the middle or right underneath where he could get a lot of coverage. But there it is. Kilson's going to take that one 3-0 in a 2-6. Not like a massive scoreline change at all, but like both players showing a lot of respect for one another as they take the game pretty slow at the beginning. But Kilson coming out of that series with a big 3-0 victory, and congratulations. It was nicely done.
Yeah, nothing overly flashy at all, but it's still textbook play and just really well done from Kilson, taking it 3-0, as you said. He bookends it 6-2, similar to how he opened the set. Back on CK, it was also 6-2. So Kilson playing great. Maxter, he's got some things he needs to clean up, but I still think playing as well as he did and keeping it as close as he did, I mean, we have seen some blowouts. Kilson has been the absolute just deliverer of pain in some situations, and so to keep it within 4 frags, I don't think that's anything to be ashamed of. Obviously, you want to win. You want to try and get as much money and map points as you can to try and get the best seeding, but as we take a look at the breakdown, I really think this was just Kilson playing at that championship level that he wants to play at.
And that's going to be, ultra important. Kilson will, I think that will bump him up to the number 1 rank. He will be 12-1. I'm not sure how that actually plays out, considering that a few more maps have been played by Rafa. But important weeks either way. Kilson solidifying his spot there at the top. I might be doing some dancing up there at the top with Rafa, but he definitely looked to be in championship mode, and it looks like the answer is yes. That is going to bump him above that $150, separating him and Rafa, which is going to make for a really interesting conclusion to the season.
Yeah, I mean, just to reiterate, first of all, shouts to Kilson 3-0. Congratulations. I see him in the chat, just hyping up chat again. Just a showman through and through. But yeah, we still have 3 weeks of regulation left. July 16th is the North American qualifier, the last spot. If you want to try and book your ticket to play on LAN in Romania, sign up, practice, play. You got 2 weeks. And may God have mercy on your soul. But yeah, I think Kilson and Rafa are going to go back and forth for the last 3 weeks. We'll see. I haven't really seen the schedule to see who plays and who doesn't, but it's going to be a close one. Going to be a close one as we get closer and closer. And this is the kind of Quake you want to see. Today was just a fantastic day of games.
It was. I guess the biggest apology goes out to Flea. He wasn't able to join us for that awesome game. I hope he was at least able to watch. I know that you would have liked it. Hope you got everything sorted with your ISP, but 40, it's been a pleasure as always. I agree with you. Great games. That series, that first featured match series that we saw between Avik and Wenger was phenomenal. Great. Loved it.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, it's always a pleasure to have you on board, Wheat. Thanks for tuning in again. Flea, sorry, buddy. I hope everything is better next time. It's not my fault this time, though. But it's the saddest part of the day because that's the conclusion. That is the end of Quake 4 today. But don't forget, 3 weeks of regulation left. July 16th, once again, North American qualifier. Who will punch their ticket to Romania and be the last challenger to make it into the 24-player bracket on LAN? That's right, LAN. It's the thing that we've all been waiting for. It's going to happen. It's about a month and a half away. You don't want to miss it, but from all of us here at the Quake Pro League for Week 15, production, id, Bethesda, PGL, myself, Wheat, Flea, we heart you all. Chat, thanks for tuning in. The players, everybody for putting in the hard work and dedicating themselves to this game that we fucking love. We will see you next week. Take care.